There we go. Okay, we're live, apparently. Just waiting for YouTube to tell me things. Yep. Okay. Cool. We're going to be testing out the Zoom call feature, which was an absolute train wreck on Saturday's show. So if anyone is watching and they wants to help us out with that, with the guinea pig testing, please jump on in. I'm going to set up in the chat. If you open up your live chat, you'll see the link to get into that. So the Zoom call is pinned in about a second once I actually paste it in and pin it. Here we go. Pinning it now. Okay. And let me just plug in my controller. If you hear snoring in the background, it's my dog. I might actually put the camera on her in a minute so you guys can see. So cute. Okay, so the Zoom link pinned in the chat is also right there. So if you guys want to join to test this out for me, that would be great. I'm just going to close this. Okay, Zoom call manager, we are connected. We've got participants 0. Okay, cool. All right, so what we'll do is we'll just wait for people to jump on in. And in the meantime, let me set a few things up. So you can see the studio is not currently turned on. Actually, I don't know if I've shown you guys this, but I use the TP-Link Tapo audio, power plugs in the wall, and it manages my power. And I've actually reduced my power bill by about 20% since I've been doing this. So there's my mobile phone, and if I click synths 1, which is right there, synths 1, you'll see all of these synths down this side light up. Here we go. Boom. So that's turned on all of that lane down there for me. And obviously we don't want to turn computers off because that would kill the stream. And then if I do synths 2, you'll see that back wall there light up. Here we go. Bang. There we go. Everything's turned on now. And so when I finish for the day or finish for the night, I can just turn all the power off in here. And these actually are little wall plugs. They sit in the wall and they have a little relay switch and a little Wi-Fi connection. Pretty cool. I'll take that. I won't take that off down there. I'll just leave that there until people join us. So we are testing out the Zoom call feature in vMix because we had problems with it on Saturday's show. As you guys who watched Saturday's show would know, it was a complete mess. But while I'm at it, I will get, you can hear my dog snoring, I will get the camera up and running, and I can put it on her. You guys can see her snoring if that's something that excites you. I don't know if it is. Let me see if I can get the camera to go around. Hello, M Block. There we go, down. And then we'll zoom in on her. Okay. Here we go. Quick dog cam. There she is. And snoring her little head off. We'll leave the camera over there on her. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Poor little doggins. Probably, I don't know whether we should take it to the vet about that. It's probably a bad situation with her. Anyway, hello M Block, how are you? Now let me just get the chatties up and running. I do have the chat thing fixed. Yay. So that is really cool. I might actually get that set up now so we can actually get vMix Social working. And if I click connect, should be able to get the latest live stream. Here we go. Turn that on, connect that up. Cool. Now let's just test that to see if we can get this to work. M block, I'm just going to highlight your comment, and we'll just check to see if that pops out down there. Bang! That's the life, yeah. That's the dog's life, isn't it, hey? There we go, that works beautiful. Alright, so we've got that working. We approved that last Saturday anyway. So yeah, we're testing out the Zoom call feature. So that's the link to Zoom. Now you don't need to install the app. You can just run that through your browser if you want. Cup of tea. By the way, it's about 10:24 a.m. here in Perth, Western Australia, if you're wondering where we are. I might show you guys a little graphic. If I can find it. I've got a little, I did this video take of Google Earth flying to where I live. Looks pretty cool. I don't know if I can find the video though. Wonder if it's under, is it under Stingers? Just got to, oh, we've got someone join Zoom. Let's just pause on the video for a sec. We'll get the Zoom caller up and running. Let's go down to here and we'll add them as a new input. Okay. Now, meeting settings, we should be okay. Participant source. Audio source, it says isolated on here. I'm not actually sure what that means. I'll show you what I've got. I use vMix, by the way. Under vMix, I get this little pop up here, and I have to choose between, this is a new feature that they've given me. With the Zoom call, I get to choose the 3 audio sources: isolated, mixed, and share. I have no idea which one it is. So, but I do have Roseanne's iPad, which is, I don't know who that is. But I can show you, I can bring you up on the corner here, up the top corner. There you are there. Oh, there you are. Hey, can you hear me okay? Okay. Now I can hear you.
Can you hear me at all?
Yeah. I can hear you fine. So you're hearing me and I'm hearing you.
Absolutely. Wow, fantastic.
So I wonder what was going on Saturday. We literally had, like, I had this guest lined up from over in Denmark, or Netherlands, and he could not hear me, and I had another guy in the UK, he couldn't hear me, and it was just a complete train wreck. It was absolute nightmare, and we just went, guys, just chuck YouTube on, and we'll just put up with the, the 10-second delay and listen to us that way. But no, nice to have you, man, and it's good to see this is working.
Nice to be here, Rans. I love the show. It's gotten me through a lot of tough times, man.
Oh, man. Brother, with you. Gets me through the tough times too, mate. Just having all you guys. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Now, let's see if I can get you up on the 2-up, because it's a bit nicer looking. Where's my 2-up? 2-up, 2-up. So I'm just going to go across to here. I'll take you off there for a sec, and then I'll pop you that side. Hopefully this will work. The good thing about this setting is I can pop a Zoom caller in wherever I want. So there we go. No, that didn't put you there, did it? Which one is that? Which one is that? Hang on a sec, hang on a sec. Is it the none? Host is this one. That's me gone. Right, so maybe it's this one. Sorry, give me 1 sec, man. Hey,
take your
there we
time.
go. There we go. There was like about a list of about 50 things I had to click on just to get you in there.
I'm sure.
Oh, Smithy, what are you doing, mate? Smithy's. I'm just going to grab the chat. We'll just we'll get a copy of the chat, and we'll pop this into my chatties box. Every single show I do, I've got a new link, so I've got to paste that in. But once that gets in and it reloads, here we go, I can now grab that capture of the chat window, which is amazing. It's just a browser, basically. It just captures a browser. So, and I think it's actually Google Chrome, believe it or not. So if I move the mouse, you can actually see I can click on things on this. It's actually really cool. So thanks, Smithy, for the $20. It's appreciated, buddy. Okay, so we'll go back to us. If anyone else wants to join in on the Zoom and give this a real, let's break it. Let's break Absolutely. The Zoom. Where's that button gone? There. So that's the link there. In fact,
give it a nice stress test for Saturday mornings.
Stress it. Just, yeah. Give it anxiety. So tell us, man, whereabouts in the world are you from? Obviously from the States.
Yeah, from Long Island, New York.
Ah, beautiful. So it's probably about 10:30 at night there?
Exactly 10:30 at night.
Beautiful. So we're 12 hours clock difference, like literally opposite. Your day, we're night, we're night, your day, sort of thing. Yeah. That's amazing, man. What I'm thinking of doing is just in that little ticker tap down the bottom, we can update that as well. Where is it? I forget where it puts that. Intro text? No. I give up. It's somewhere. All this stuff on my show is actually picked up and sucked in from a Google Sheets that sits online somewhere in the cloud, and so like all the when I cross to all the different callers and that shows their names and everything like that, it's all set up in Google Sheets. So when I prepare for my show, I don't have to, do stuff during the show. I can just press buttons and hopefully it works a bit better. But unlike Saturday, but yeah, so I should be able to update that little ticker tape down the bottom by. Here we go. So it says episode 250, blah, 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 blah. Right. So, I can't change it because it's using like Google Sheets commands. It's grabbing bits and bits and bits from here and there. Okay, cool. But yeah, we'll just leave it. Just leave it. It's fine. I don't want to break that. I've broken enough as it is.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm so glad this Zoom is working. And I'm just wondering whether it may have... I mean, I did restart the computer in the middle of the live stream, which is just, talk about anxiety. That is anxiety. Like...
Oh, totally panicked, man. I felt it.
Yeah, I felt it.
I'm in Long Island. I felt it from where you were,
Yeah. So. And, we tried everything. But in the end, look, we had to just get on with the show. Oh, man, it's so funny having Bonnie, my dog, at the moment. She's just snoring her head off. There's Bonnie Cam, just making sure she's still snoring. Yep.
I can hear it, but it touches my soul. I miss my dog. Anyway, you know how that goes, bro. So.
Oh, man. Sorry about your dog. I'm so sorry. I had a dog that passed in 2012, and I had him for 12 years, so a long time, and he was only a Jack Russell, and his name was Cody. This dog seriously had literally just two speeds in life. It was complete flat out, like he just went berserk all day long, and then he'd sleep. There was no in between. That was him, and then he died he had a cancer because he was an outside dog, so he got cancer, and we didn't get to it quick enough, unfortunately. So we put him out of his misery because it would have been painful for the poor little tacker. And then I couldn't get another dog for 10 years. Like I just couldn't get one. So I think the 10 years was enough to sort of hold off, and we got Bonnie. My wife actually got Bonnie. She wanted one for herself. So And she's a little Cavalier. I don't know if King Charles Cavalier is the breed.
Yeah, nice looking dog.
They are literally just a lap dog. They are very placid. They don't do much. I mean, she gets excited. She grabs the ball and plays with me and stuff like that, like all dogs do. But most of the day, she's doing that. Yeah, no, this is cool, man. I'm really glad you popped on. So tell me about your synth journey. What are you up to at the moment?
Oh man. So I played drums since I'm like 12 years old.
Nice.
So the last 40 years, I sort of considered myself a drummer, but the synthesizers are really what intrigues me.
Yeah.
I was in a group in the early 90s with the synthesis had a bunch of like ARP 2600s, BCS 3s.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, and when I had first met the group Alien Planetscapes in '93, I had never really heard analog synths like that. ARP Odysseys and these filter sweeps, and just blew my mind. So I studied drums, but my passion was always like finding these sounds out of the analog synths, and eventually getting into modular. I started with a small 5U system from synthesizers.com, and then I eventually graduated into that Eurorack world.
Yeah.
And I'm still trying to figure out what modules work with what does best with, still enjoy the happy accidents.
Love the happy accidents.
Yeah, I mean that's where I derive my pleasure out of making sounds.
Yeah.
I don't try to record stuff for any, I don't try to make albums. I don't try to make tracks. I just love the journey of that sonic.
The sounds,
plug stuff in.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so lately, I've just been messing a lot with the mutable marbles.
Yeah. Wow. It's just crazy.
It's like a game.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like a game changer for me. I mean, really, that I wish I had found that module a few years ago.
Yeah.
It would have simplified trying to figure out how to send gates to all these different places and triggers to these different places.
Yeah.
So that's been fantastic. And I just love making noise, really.
That's good, man. It's completely cool. Couple of things I'll grab from that, because I just love hearing everyone's journey. The happy accidents. We were just doing that impromptu stream last week, where all I did was just whack a couple of modules into the case, and then I was telling you guys that I was about to sell my little phaser module from Frequency Central. And I thought, no, I won't sell it because there's got to be something in there that I like. And then literally we put it through those VCZ oscillators, and it just it just distorted, and just like all these harmonics popped out of it. And I'm like, what? This is just crazy. That's a happy accident, man, right there. And now I'm thinking, what can I do with this? What can I do with this? And you're just, going next steps. Yeah. Yeah. I love that stuff.
How can I modulate it? How can I,
Yeah.
It's like, I got to use attenuators for this. I got to, every little nuance, every little change makes this world of difference that you actually have some hands-on control. For me, it's mind-blowing still,
Yeah, it is. What I love about it is that it's hardware, and so you've got. I mean, I don't think I'll ever change. I'm just a tactile person. I love to be plugging things and touching things and moving things, because I feel that's, we're tinkerers as humans. We create with our hands. We've been given these amazing hands, that they've evolved, over evolution. And I feel like that's what musicians use their hands. You know, that's one of the most important things. They use their mouths, they use their eyes, they use their ears, they use their hands, they use their, you know, their soul and their heart as well. But I kind of feel like, you know, when we're playing with modules, we're able to take some out, put some in. There's also that as well. Like, it's just kind of like I've just created something new by doing that. I'm taking that one out, finished with that for a while. It's not a bad thing. Like, I'm just parking you over here, put the new thing in, you know. And
absolutely not to not feel the pressure.
Yeah.
To have everything on it all the time, or everything plugged in at once, or everything running, you know, to be able to focus on, you know, this one patch and allow it to sort of breathe a life of its own into what's happening. You know, be patient with it. I think is, it gives you like the sense of freedom in a way. You know, you don't have to constantly be changing things, and
yeah,
you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So the other thing that you were talking about is marbles. And as you know, I've got marbles sitting over. I'll just turn that off now. I think we can turn that off. Over here is marbles, and I kind of, at the moment, I haven't actually used, since I've built these cases, I haven't used it yet. I have used it in the previous setup that I have, but it's sitting over here. And if you look at this, I might pan the camera over, actually. I think you'll like this. So this is my logic, and hey, my logic is not your logic. It's just me, how I operate. But if my feeling was when I set this kind of area up here, this was all kind of, so this is the varigate, the voltage block. These are all like gate/CV generators, right? And so is marbles. Marbles is a gate and a CV generator. And I kind of feel like this marriage of stuff over here is gonna, you know, it's gonna be really cool once I get myself organized, I guess, over this side. You know, I don't know whether the Roland System 500 will stay up there. At the moment, it is, but it may not. But I definitely feel like this stuff here is going to stay this way for a while, because I feel like the usefulness of this all sort of in the same space is really handy, because you can manipulate marbles with, you know, there's the Pamela's new workout just down here, which, you know, generates gates and clocks, and then I've got the dope for clock divider next to that, and then that can go in here, or that can come out and go into the clock divider. So, you know what I mean? Like, I'm mucking around. And then over on the right, I've got my buffered IntelliGel buffered malt here, so I can patch stuff out of the marbles into that and then out. And I kind of feel like, you know, it's such an intuitive module. It's such an intuitive module. Hey, we better get Steve in, because he's just popped in. So we'll see if we can get him up and running. I just need to scroll down here. Yeah, I got Steve. Hey. Now, where can we put Steve? What we'll do is go to this view. This is the view I had on Saturday, which was the train wreck view. So hopefully we don't train wreck again. And I can put the Zoom callers in. So there's you, and there's Steve, and all those other spots that are kind of squares are for the vMix callers and whatnot.
Wow.
Hey.
Is that a parrot?
That was Steve. Don't know what it was, but it was weird. Steve and I have got Monday morning itis at the moment, because it's Monday over here.
Clearly you Aussies are a little behind the deal.
What the hell is that, Steve, coming out? That's weird. He said he's trying to get his headphones working.
Trial.
It says trial, doesn't it? I'm thinking it says trial. Anyway, Let me work with this little setup here. We've got, so I can change this to like maybe a 4. We can do a 4 instead. Get rid of the chatties. Let's get rid of these. Okay. We should be able to do 4. So we should go 1, 2, 3. And the 4th one we'll bring up as the chatties. There you go. That works. Now, Steve has just left Zoom, so you can see him, but he's frozen. So I'm not sure what's going on. He's probably just retrying stuff. So what we can do for the meantime is we can blank him out for now anyway. And as he comes in, easy. No joy, he's saying in chat. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, mate. We got to see your lovely face anyway, mate. It was good to see you. Just to let you know, and you could probably watch this back, but it was some weird, like, it said trial, the word, but it was like weird. I'm not going to try to mimic it, but we were, we were enjoying.
I thought it was a parrot talking in the background.
A parrot,
was blown away by the voice.
So, when you're using your marbles, what kind of stuff are you doing with it? Like, is it kind of like sequency stuff, or are you doing other cool stuff?
Yeah, so I was right now totally into like that physical modeling sound. So I was able to pick up elements, the mutable elements.
Yeah.
And the plats, and sort of have allow the like figure out the scales and sort of like the quantized, unquantized thing, and allow them to sort of run two different sort of melodious things at one time from the marbles, and the two different gates into the triggers, and just change the envelope shapes from the VCA.
Wow.
So sort of like once it gets a theme started, and you kind of can lock into those themes, just a little manipulation of the envelopes through the VCAs kind of makes me feel like now it's taking on another life.
Yeah. You got movement.
And it hasn't gotten much more complicated than that. I want to add a third voice into the marbles.
Yep.
And so I was thinking about maybe the 2 HP bell, or that string, rings. Something such as that. Yeah. And then you think about the space, but I love that physical modeling sound, and trying to get like xylophones and marimbas, and is it a violin? Is it being bowed? Is it being scratched? Is it being, how is it being manipulated?
Yeah.
I still haven't been able to figure out how to send like a keyboard information to build a scale into the mutable marbles. Apparently there's supposed to be a way to you could put a CV keyboard into marbles to build your own scales that it follows.
Yeah. That would be cool.
I still haven't been able to figure that. Yeah, I haven't figured that one out yet.
So a couple of things. So I mentioned rings, and you're aware of it and everything, but that is a physical modeling module.
Oh yeah.
And one of the things that I discovered with rings, only recently, was getting the Korg SQ64, and because it sends polyphonic, it can do strumming as a sequencer, and that was a huge big thing for me. So if you can find, it doesn't have to be a Korg SQ64, any sequencer that does polyphonic chords, right? If you pipe that in through CV, so you can have a MIDI to CV conversion, doesn't matter. It will take that string of notes and it will strum, and Rings just does that natively. So it's quite clever. It's kind of like it's a queue of notes, and it will, just slowly, well, not slowly, but quickly pump them out through the module in, one at a time in a line. And that's that physical modeling. So, and you can adjust some of the features of that as well. So, yeah, and there's a couple of guys in chat who are adding to some of these ideas. X101 is saying that he hates marbles, but my most underused module after this thing. I'm not sure why he hates it, but maybe he just needs to find. Maybe he needs to find it. Sometimes we get a module we don't gel with. That's fine, but sometimes we have a module that we don't gel with, and then we just put it away and bring it out a year later, and then we gel with it. So it could be one of those things. David's Ace of Stripe in chat, by the way, he said, I really love marbles, although I'm still learning. I think we all are. I think it's deep. Oh, it's deep.
Yeah, it allows you to work with it, and it gives you fresh ideas all the time. Because I'm not going to sit here and play Bach or Chopin for you.
Yeah.
And the fact that it can generate these melodic ideas that I don't think I would come up with. I try to put my ego aside and be like, wow, it's generating all of these melodic ideas that I'm not going to sit there and play necessarily. And now I can manipulate these ideas. And, I just got the noise module from Steady State Fate.
Ah, right.
It sends out like 6 or 7 different types of noise.
Yeah.
And I've been putting that through an attenuator and then putting it into the gates and like the triggers of the marbles. And so just having the noise slightly change and alter what's happening, using noise as a modulation source.
Yeah, I love noise. Noise is my favorite.
But I never really discovered like how to use it in modulation. And the use of the attenuator has really changed for me.
Yeah.
A lot of the modular. It's like now I can control this. You feel like you're trying to control this uncontrollable sort of thing, and I
controlling the volume. Use more,
and the little attenuation here, little something here. It just gives you this spice to what's happening, and it makes me sound like I'm more creative than I actually am.
Hey, Steve's come back, so we can see if he's back here. We'll go here, and then I'll go here, and I'll just turn it back on. So I'm hearing that trial again, but we're not hearing you, bud. We're hearing that word trial come through.
Trial?
So you can hear it, can't you? So it's definitely coming from Steve.
I can hear it.
Trial?
So when it says trial, I've got a little VU meter next to each of the inputs, and it's like goes right up when he says it. So it's definitely you, Steve, that's saying trial. And you've got a female voice now.
Trial?
You can use sign language if you want, mate. Or write it on a piece of paper, hold up signs. Frustrating, I know. I'm just getting the Mac turned on because I want to get this module up that you've got. You keep trying, mate. I don't mind. Test it out. We still can't hear, though. He's left now. Okay, so what did you say it was by the noise module?
Oh, it's from Steady State Fate. It's the 6 HP noise module. They have a recent I think it's called the Quantum Rainbow. They have 2 versions. I just purchased I purchased the old version used, and maybe eventually get the 4 HP, the Quantum Rainbow 2.
So what's the actual module called?
Quantum Rainbow version 1.
Quantum Rainbow. Did I see it before? Can't see it there. Maybe it's on the second page. No, maybe it's under their legacy. They had a legacy link here. What's that? Wow, it's not there either. Let's call up Modular Grid, because that's always a way to find out these things.
I think it might be Steady State Fate with WMD.
It could be a collab, right? Gotcha.
A collaboration.
Yeah.
I believe that might be the case.
Okay, let's go. Well, you said it was Quantum. I'll do that, and I'll do
Quantum Rainbow.
Yeah, and then I'll do Steady State Fate. Yeah, here it is. So you got Quantum Rainbow, Quantum Rainbow 2, and you said you had the Quantum Rainbow 1, right?
Correct, yeah.
So it's this one here that you've got. Yeah.
It gives you 2 outputs for each color variation.
Okay, so you've got white, pink, red, blue, purple. Yeah, we did a show about noise a long time ago. I can't remember how many years ago it was, and I kind of feel like we're probably due for another one, because I feel like I know more about it now than I did then. One of the things I learned is that the generation of noise and the naming white, pink, red, blue actually has something to do with the filtering.
Yeah.
And in some cases it doesn't. Some cases it's just a type of, like you can have digital noise versus normal sort of analogy sort of noise. But you'd be interested to see this. If you plug some of those noises through a spectrum analyzer, I reckon you'll find some of those would have some sort of filtering on it. You'll get more of a less dynamic sound. And there's another point that I learned from this. Steve's just jumped back into Zoom call, so I'm just going to make sure he's on a different one this time, so we'll have to turn the audio off on that.
Trial.
It's still saying trial, mate. He's scratching his chin right now, everyone. Let's pop him up in the corner so we can see Steve struggling with his audio. Steve, just so you know, mate, I struggle with my show, so it's all good, buddy. It's all good. Anyway, so one of the modules I've got is by Feedback Modules. It's called Static, and it's pretty similar to what you've got, except yours is actually smaller, but you don't have any control, I guess. You don't have any controls. It's just basically plug it in and pipe it somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there might be a jumper on the jack that allows you to change the dB level that's coming out.
Right.
But the attenuators take care of, all of that. That it helps with the amount that'll then modulate. The various bits and like elements and stuff like that.
Yeah. So just to show you which one I've got, I mean, other than moving the camera to it, that's the one I've got, Static by Feedback Modules. And the cool thing about it is, I'll just bring it up so you can see, you've got 3 different noise generators inside. So you've got it's basically it's different sort of electronics. So the MS system, he does actually talk about it on his website. The MS system, the ZN system or ZN system. And then you've got this Spectrum, which is based on the Spectrum computer. It's like a chip-based noise system. So that's like a digital noise, that one down the bottom. And notice too, you've got white, pink. You've also got this dark thing here, which is kind of like, I think it's just like he's filtered out some of the high ends and it just makes it sort of like a low end. But you've also got this morph knob in the middle, which basically, it's like it morphs between dark and white, I believe. So it sweeps all the way through, and you can control volt that. so your output will be, output one of these three here, and you can control volt through the morph, and that's actually pretty interesting. The only thing I wish he did when he was building this module is on that bottom section, which is the digital section, the chip one, you can actually put a volts per octave control on that chip, and and it will behave like a SID chip. The noise element on a SID chip from the Commodore 64, you can actually change the pitch. Yeah, but that's a great module. So if you're a noise fiend like me, which I think you are, it's good fun. Yeah. Poor Steve trying his different audios out. He's back. He's back, everyone. Is it still saying trial? Waiting for it.
Trial.
We're having lots of fun. There's Steve up there. I've got a couple of Steves. I can put Steve here, Steve there, Steve everywhere. Poor Steve. Keep trying, mate. Anyway, so yeah, the static, I could actually pop that in now. It's right here. It's really cool. Like I've also got the Sid Guts Deluxe module, which I think because you watched the show. I talk about that a fair bit.
Oh
yeah. That one I've actually got that actually connected right now with Voltage Block going into it. So Voltage Block is doing a CV volts per octave stuff, right? And so we'll get rid of Steve. Sorry, Steve. I don't mean to make fun of him. And the chip, let's zoom in. I'll show you. You know a little bit about the SID, right? So a
little bit.
Yeah. So it's it's the same guy that designed the Ensoniq synthesizers. Did the SID chip. That's actually where he went after he left Commodore. So these are all the different waveforms you can get out of the SID chip. So you can get square, sawtooth, triangle, and noise, and you just select it like that, right? But the cool thing about it is every single waveform, including noise, as you know, is volts per octave controlled. So what I could do...
Trial.
I need to get Ableton up and running, so I've only just turned the Mac on. The Mac's, we'll get that running in a sec. Okay, let me see if we can patch. If I can just zoom out again, let me zoom out. Here we go. Right, I want to patch the output of this. So where's the output? Output is already patched.
1, 2, 3.
Hey, Steve! Are you serious, mate? You got it working. Now we just got to get your camera working. Camera's not working, but audio was. Okay, let's tell him in chat. Okay. While we're doing that, let's get the sound coming. So that's going into there. And then I'm just trying to work out where this is coming into one of these. Okay. That's it there.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we're hearing Steve. Now, Anyway, I'm not going to ramble that. I kind of feel like that wasn't it, though. I feel like it was, but it wasn't. That's definitely coming out. I haven't had a chance to re-look at this patch. VCA coming out. There. Oh, yeah, that's definitely it. You can see it firing right there to the beat.
Yeah.
So if I took that out, we'd lose the sound. Yeah, that's it. Now, I've just got to make sure that yep, that's the SID chip. So let's change that from the SID chip to the static chip. Oh, she's a lot quieter, isn't she? There's that digital one. So that, what I'm doing there, I can't really show you on camera because it's not going to pick it up, but that's the spectrum knob. So if I was to show you on this, I'm just adjusting that bottom left-hand knob, the spectrum knob. And I think that's the bit rate from what I've been told. So that's really crunchy there, right? It's almost like a drum. It's got a slap to it.
It becomes very percussive.
Yeah. So I don't mind that.
Is that flanging from?
Yeah, from a phaser.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it sounds fantastic. I was just curious where it was coming from.
There's also the BBD. It's hard to see because there's cables everywhere, but it's the Erica BBD black module. That's also modulating that as well. If I give that more envelope, let's do that. Which one is it? You'll hear it now. There you go. So that, yeah, that's the static. So I reckon you'd probably, I reckon I'm influencing you here, but you're probably going to want yourself some sort of digital noise now. Hey, Steve's in, and he's actually working. Let's get.
G'day.
Yay! Let's go up here. Let's change him because that's the old input. Sorry, Steve. You're at the trust me, you are here. I'm just going to change you over, mate, just to the other one. Where are we? That's not it. That's the right one. And is that Steve? Yep, that's Steve. And that is now Steve live. Yay! And he's working. His audio's working.
It may well be.
He's not a complete numpty anymore.
I haven't used Zoom before, so I just installed it. So it was playing havoc with my audio settings.
Oh, it does that. It's a complete beast, that software. Absolutely. No, it's good, man.
Dear.
So why is this working today, but not when I have my show?
I figured if it wasn't going to work for me, it would be a good day to try. So,
but
yeah, I could see you had a bit of a problem to start off with. I was falling asleep by 11 p.m. So it's a hard day Saturday because 4 a.m. is when PSN is on
Yeah.
in Melbourne, and then 11 p.m. is when you're on in Melbourne. So it was one of those long days, but I was just worn out. Had a
No,
bad night, and
you
then
don't. You don't have just time, man. We know it's the only problem is with my show is it's about the only day in a week that I get
you're free. Yeah.
that I can do it. I mean, I'm supposed to be working right now, but I'm kind of I'm doing it now, I guess. But the thing that sucks about it though is that I get really early in the morning in the US, and so I only get a few people who are willing to jump. Like Andy. He's like,
And he doesn't sleep. He just is going 24/7.
Yeah, he's on no-dos, and so I do get some guys in the US, but mainly it's the European audience that I capture the most because of that time zone. That's where we kind of lucky or unlucky, however you want to cook it. So we as a result, I used to do my shows. In irregular times when I first started, I used to get people from all over the world, different times. I used to get East Coast of Australia. There's like a massive time difference. It's 3 hours at the moment. So
yeah,
you guys might as well be in a different country. It's crazy.
Well, it's pretty much like that, isn't it? I mean, you live in the land of milk and honey, and we live on the shit stain that is the East Coast of Australia.
It's not that bad. At least you get to go and watch some decent sport over there. Yeah. We've been talking about all sorts of cool stuff, and it's been awesome having you on too, mate. From over in the state of New York and Long Island. I can't say I've ever been there. I'd love to go there. One day.
Well, it's
I'm gonna
nice
stop
to
buying
visit,
synths.
Yeah, I'd rather have synths. I'll stay home with the synths. Leave the travel to somebody else.
Yeah. But one thing I would definitely do I mean, everyone would do all the tourist stuff, right? I would just go and visit all the people that I know from the synth community that I've created and I've shared with other people over the many, many years. That's what I'd be. I'd be just knocking on people's doors saying, "Hey, do you remember that crazy Australian? Here I am." Yeah.
Anyway.
So
I'm just getting into modular. I've resisted it for so many years, and now I've got enough pieces of a modular variety that I'm actually starting to make headway. So for me, this is all kind of new. And then recently, I wanted to mount in a 19-inch rack. I'd read somewhere that a Behringer had a Eurorack the thing that you could clip your Selena strings into.
Yep.
The Behringer Selena. I've already got a regular Selena, but this was just for convenience and compactness. And I've got it, but it doesn't quite work. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I think they're actually shipping 19-inch rack ends to go on the Selena and not actually having it, even though it's supposed to be Eurorack compatible, it doesn't actually regularly slide into the Behringer attachment. So I'm now going to have to buy some Eurorack modules to go into the Behringer frame.
Fair enough.
But I mean, that's one thing. The other thing, I've got the System 100M, the original, and that's insane. I've got 13 of those little wallet breakers to sort of look after, and I've got a Centrix, which is a semi sort of modular concept anyway. It has sort of the patch bay internal to it, but
is
digital.
That the Erica synths?
Yeah.
Oh, it's sort of like I don't want to say VCS3, but kind of VCS3.
It is, yeah. It's along those lines. I've got it here, but I won't reach
That is
out and
cool.
grab it.
That is a cool module, yeah.
So yeah. I mean, I've got a 2600M, the little Korg one, and I've got a TTSH, the earlier incarnation of the 2600 clone, and then the rest of it's just my trial and error. I do use a lot of Kent and MIDI to CV controls, so I'm currently running those to control different aspects of mini Moog. So I've got 2 mini Moogs and a mini Moog, a Voyager, and those can be controlled externally by voltages but I'm running MIDI to control the voltages into them. So if that makes sense. So all my sequencing is done via MIDI, and then it's sort of shipped to the CV inputs on these other devices. So it's kind of modular, but it's sort of abusing the privilege with what aren't ostensibly pure modular devices, but
Yeah.
still CV gate and still voltage controlled via the Kenton boxes.
Going back to your Selena, Steve, the rack ears that I got from the Model D are the exact same rack ears that you need for the Selena. So you can see my Model D there.
Yeah, I can see them there. That's it. Yeah, so I've got.
They're
I
a
now know
70
that's what I should buy.
They're a 70 HP rack ear. There's two different rack ears that Behringer make. One's a 70 and one's an 80.
Yep.
I handmade my 80 ones because they're just 30mm L-shaped brackets. You can just cut it with a hacksaw. It's so easy to make. But the 70 was a little bit more difficult because it's a bit more metal in it. And I was really lucky. I got mine from Amazon for like $17, and now they're back to 55. And I'm thinking,
65 on eBay. Yeah. So anyway, that's where I'm going with that. I'm trying to get that into a module because to try and do some Jean-Michel Jarre style stuff.
Nice.
I want to put the Memetron in the rack for the Mellotron type sounds, and then I put the Syntrix in the rack, and I put the Selena, the Behringer model, in a rack, and then maybe a few other similar scale modules. I haven't got a rack for the I can't get it into 19 inches, the PE 1000 and PE 2000 I've got. So all the JMJ stuff to do sort of tribute improvisations on that scale. I was hoping to get into a smaller footprint because once you've got a full size Selena and a PE 1000 and a PE 2000, and I know he used Rhodes on a couple of tracks. It doesn't actually show up anywhere on the credits, but listening closely to the audio, you can hear there are sort of single key press Rhodes just going throughout the whole shebang. And I've got the 2600M, so all of those things will go into one big rack. It'll be 17 feet tall, but at least it'll be in the corner.
I reckon, the first three not his first three, technically it's not his first three, but the first three major albums he ever did was Oxygen, then Equinox, and then Magnetic Fields. And I kind of feel like there's a massive evolution between those three. And I think when you finish with Magnetic Fields, you can keep going if you want. There's more albums after that, as you know, but like Zuluk and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Actually, interesting thing about Zuluk is he actually did release an album in between Magnetic Fields and Zuluk called Music for Supermarkets, but he never actually publicly released it. I think he played it on French radio once, and so there's these real bootleg recordings. It's terrible quality that you can find. But if you're ever wondering, there's a track that's in his Rendezvous album that came from it, and I think it's the last one, Rendezvous 5th, and then there's Blah Blah Cafe, which is on Zuluk, that came from it as well. So if you're ever looking for the missing tracks, he's put them in various places, and some of them obviously just never existed because he was of the opinion that they weren't good enough, which I think he should do it now. Like he should give the fans that album. I think he's big enough, to cope with that. But yeah, getting back to the three that I was talking about before, Oxygen, Equinox, because that's kind of the feeling I'm getting where you're at. That's where his main VCS3 Selena sort of pro. That's where he's with those. I think like Magnetic Fields is kind of the most interesting in terms of he's really embracing samples and digital, and he's using a Fairlight for the first time, and it's crazy, that album, but he's also still got his analog stuff that he's still really attached to. So you've got that real sort of old synth stuff with the more modern new stuff. And one of the things I love about that album, there's a track on there called Magnetic Fields Part 4, where there's literally two bass lines in that track, and one of them is the RSF Cobol, and they made hardly any of those things, and they were really hard to get. And now Behringer have actually remade that thing. We can now do that track properly. And that's going to be cool once I get my hands on that. I know Chris on my show's got one already. He says it's an amazing synth. So I would love to remake that. I've kind of got all the MIDI and everything I need for it, so it probably wouldn't be too hard. I've got the 2600. I don't think he used a VCS3 on that at all, that particular track. So I'm good with that. Where you're going to enjoy your VCS3 style stuff is if you're doing, Oxygen.
Yeah, look, they're just. I'll probably sample the sounds that sound best and then play those via MIDI. Play them on an SP404 or something that accepts MIDI, or the 1010 Music Black Box. Both of those are good pieces of kit for that. But it's really just a case of having those little sound effects and those gags in there. And the other aspect of his work is that I try to get inside the head of the composer.
Yep.
And try to emulate their style and the configuration of their gear and work out what's going on. Now, that doesn't make me equal to them. That just basically means I'm exploring what they did, and then you can respect it more.
Well, his chord progressions, I definitely feel his chord progressions have a relevance to. I mean, don't forget his dad was a film composer, Maurice Jarre, and he obviously had influence on him. And he did go to, I think it was at the University of Lyon, one of those universities where he studied music. Yeah. And he would have studied some of the famous, classical composers. And I can hear, I don't know if it's just me, but I can hear Bach in some of his music.
It's contrapuntal,
it's contrapuntal, and it's the progressions that he uses. I hear Bach. Are you hearing the same?
Yeah. The other thing is that interestingly, if you listen to Oxygen 4, it's a bebop piece.
Yeah, it's
actually bump, ba-doo-da, bump.
Yep.
Bump, ba-doo-da, bump. That's unusual, but that then puts its commercial appeal into context, because you hear that and subliminally get the catch of it and the hook of it, simply because it's doing what a sax section would have done in the 40s, the Duke Ellington band sort of thing. So it's a different idea.
I think I'm pretty sure he did make a reference to him in one of his interviews. Because, I mean, there's a million interviews with him in French, and if you're willing to put up with the language... I mean, I learned French, but my French is terrible, but...
Je ne sais quoi.
Yeah, exactly. Well, more like je ne sais pas. But yeah, so... I kind of felt like that particular track in that album, it almost doesn't fit to the rest of the album, in a way.
It is different.
Yeah.
I think too that I actually spent some time. He's got a right-hand man, Francis Rimbert, who plays in the background of the Jean-Michel Jarre live in his living room or whatever it is, where there's a wiry, good-looking French guy up the back who's in a singlet who was playing Jupiter 8 and stuff. And he was actually looking online for some replacement parts for his PE1000. And PE1000 was my first synth, so I had parts and I shipped them over to him. And he lives in a commune on the west coast of France. He's actually and he plays in the local village, which dates back to the 14th century or something. And it's really quite charming, but interesting guy, but someone who is a consummately good player, obviously, and is well known to Jarre, but is as part of that thing. But yeah, the P1000 thing, all of those devices help him put together his Oxygen and his Equinox albums. And then they had the...
Can you believe that Live in the Living Room? That was 2007. And, when it came out, it was kind of like, this nostalgic stuff and we're redoing it. And, but that's now 2007. So that's a long time ago.
16 years ago.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's just timeless, isn't it, his stuff? The Michael Gis side of his music, also you probably need to have a look at too, because Michael Gis was very influential to the way some of those albums turned out. I personally don't think that Jarre did all of the composing with all the different elements that are in those. And, I kind of feel like some of the sequence stuff, some of the drum rhythms and that, I feel like that was Gis. I feel that was kind of his forte. And, if you ever watch him play live, he was a stickler to making sure things happened when they were supposed to, and he'd get angry if they didn't. So like a good professional would, you know, you want everything to be tight in a band type thing, right? So that was him. I actually don't know the story of why they went separate ways. I think maybe it was just that he wanted to have his own career or something. But there had to have been a reason why they went their separate ways. But yeah, if you're getting inside the composer's head, you might want to have a look inside Michael Gis as well.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, mate? Were you ever interested in Jean-Michel Jarre and his stuff from the day?
Never. I've heard the records, but I've never studied it or spent a lot of time with it. I kind of got more into like Klaus Schulze.
Ah, yeah.
And his
Tangerine.
solo work. Yeah, and I mean, clearly Tangerine Dream is. I mean, they play in my head whether I'm listening to their music or not, right? Like you know, I could hear the TD stuff constantly, and sort of the work of Klaus Schulze I followed, but not so much Jean-Michel Jarre. I never felt like it was. It never felt aggressive enough to me in places. Like I always wanted a little more aggression, and
right.
Yeah, so it never turned me on as much as some of the stuff. But you know, obviously,
probably pleasant, dreamy. I think you're right. His music is kind of dreamy and pleasant, isn't it? In general, you know.
I never felt that edge that I really, even like counterpunctually or like harmonically, like when it doesn't have to be so aggressive, like, but just like harmonically aggressive.
Yeah.
I never got those like ebbs and flows from him. So I of course I respect the music and, you know, the sounds and the sculpting of it. But it's not something I would tend to turn on to study.
Fair enough. It's definitely what you said is definitely true in my mind as well. So you've hit the nail on the head. Like if I was to compare Klaus Schulze to Jarre, I would be saying exactly the same thing. I would say that, you know, Schulze was definitely after that light and shade. He definitely had polarizing elements in his music, in his composition, and he really sort of shook you about with it, which is kind of, you know, that was his style, right? He wanted to sort of push people with their listening.
It was dramatic. It was
dramatic, yeah.
Yeah, I
don't think that's not a bad thing. That's why I loved him, you know. But I think, you know, that might have been why he soloed too, because if you think to Tangerine Dream, they weren't as dramatic as probably he was in his solo career. Does that make sense?
Completely, and sonically as well.
Yeah.
You know, I think I know TD had a lot of stuff made specifically for them, and they were able to create this world of sound where it was really their own. And a lot of us were sort of had to sort of go after what was their sound. Whereas, I don't know, like Klaus Schulze with his System 55 and just the different things he sort of, it sounded different. It was fresh. And I think that the Tangerine Dream was much more on a commercial ebb and flow, much going more after a commercial thing initially, you know, and then obviously in the soundtracks they got very commercial.
Oh yeah, but they had to make. I think it was just you had to put food on the table. I think that's probably where it comes.
It's not commercial's not a criticism.
Yeah,
you know, I'd rather listen to Tangerine Dream be commercial than, you know, most other commercial music. Not as a criticism, just as a source of inspiration.
I definitely got you. Yeah, I mean, I can remember thinking in the early days when you guys are probably similar age, right? We'd go down to the record store and I don't know, maybe when Tubular Bells came out, right? So he was Virgin Records. It was you know, Richard Branson's baby, and he got him into his studio. It was kind of a big hoo-ha. And I remember when that was released, I bought that, and on the same day, I bought one of the Jean-Michel Jarre compilation releases, because I think they came out at the same time. But Jean-Michel Jarre was releasing through Polydor, which you guys might remember. Was a distributor for him at the time, and I don't know if he was a distributor in the US, but they were definitely like through the European / Australian, New Zealand, maybe even Canada. That Polydor were kind of big there, and that particular compilation had different versions of songs that he'd released that weren't on the album, and I kind of, that's when I started to become really nerdy about musicians. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, wow, hang on a minute, this is not the version that I've heard on an album. So, and then I was kind of wanting the Tubular Bells to do that as well, but it never, I don't know, it kind of never happened. You heard the live ones, it was different, but you never got I wanted to hear those like Peel session recordings that apparently existed. They were really cool. I used to love that stuff, like the New Order Peel sessions from the late 70s. And Jarre did that. He released these different versions of his tracks. They were subtle, but like they might have had a different outro. And what? It completely changes the feel of the song. I'm trying to think what the version was. It was, I think it was called The Essential. I think that the particular one I was thinking of was called The Essential, and it was definitely a compilation. And I think it might have been one of the Magnetic Fields tracks that was different, because he did that. Sorry to go back to Jarre, but he did a concert in China at the time in I think it was like 81, 82, 83, somewhere around. I can't remember the exact year, and it was kind of a big thing because the Chinese government weren't really big on European
artists.
Yeah. But he promised to integrate his work with. That was his trick. He said, "Oh, I will integrate it with your orchestra," and so he had all these Chinese, native instruments being integrated into his music. It was very clever what he did, but he also played his albums, tunes on there as well, some of the the favorites, but they were so different. They sounded different, and some people will, when you talk to them, they'll go, "I prefer that. I prefer that version. That is so cool, that version over the album version." And I can tell why, because what you're going back to saying about it's almost like there was more emotion in it because it was live, and you also had these live, acoustic Chinese instruments in it as well, and like they were smashing
totally
on
different
cymbals,
timbres.
Yeah.
And working with international artists that don't share necessarily a human language, like a language, but a musical language, I think it adds attention already to the session. Like I can't communicate with you like this, but via the page and a couple of swipes of my hand, all of a sudden we're connecting.
Yeah, they had to get this Vietnamese person in because the Vietnamese spoke French from South Vietnam. They spoke French. Yeah. And they also spoke Chinese. So they spoke 3 languages, right? And they got this Vietnamese person in to help him, to communicate, because they spoke fluent French. He spoke fluent French. In some cases, he had to talk to them in English, and they didn't have very good English skills. It would have been a complete nightmare. Like you're saying, the communication would have been so tricky. Yeah.
Which probably adds to, it adds a certain flavor or intensity or drama to the already difficult situation of playing live music for people, So it's nice when a composer who has that much success has to have a little bit more struggle between the musicians, and it probably gives a little more of a dynamic or a tense,
Yeah.
I think so.
It would have been scored, though. It would have been heavily scored.
They had written music, yeah.
My daughter went on an exchange scholarship to France and played with the local community concert band on flute. She took her flute with her, and she was only about 14 at the time. but was able to slot in and just sight read the gig, and did reasonably well on it, because concert bands normally don't have that difficult a repertoire, and you can pick up the count in and you can do enough to play along. So yeah, it just depends. My daughter also speaks fluent Chinese, funnily enough, so she might get a gig on the next Chinese tour
Yeah.
by Jar. Who knows?
And she's had that French experience as well.
Well,
But
at the moment she's chasing the Eurovision acts around Europe. That's what she does now. So she lives and works in the west of the Midlands of UK, and
Yeah.
every weekend she'll head out to a different country and watch and support some of the acts that eventually make their way or have been through the Eurovision stable. Not always high grade stuff, but there are some clever people out there.
I actually enjoy it. Like, and your daughter will tell you this. I got through the inside of the Israel entry. I think it was the last one or the one before, and they are fanatical. They are like, it is a massive deal, that Eurovision thing. They put heaps of effort into it, and you know, it's make or break in some cases. Those poor people, like, it's so full on.
It's funny, when I first bought a Behringer Selena, I ordered two from different suppliers inadvertently, and thinking I'll get the one that arrives first. But the second one I unsold, and I sold it to a guy in Denmark, a gentleman called Benjamin Kissy. And it turns out, I said, I'll just Google him and see what his address looks like. And his address looked quite opulent. I thought, that's all right. He's obviously from a well-to-do Danish family. And I had a gig once at the Danish club here in Melbourne, so I know the sort of the style, but he was well-to-do. And it turns out it was Benjamin Kissy, and he was actually a Eurovision entrant and representative for Denmark a few years back, but a very talented kid. But I just sort of inadvertently had sold this online, and they couldn't get them in Europe at the time I was selling it. And you sort of make contacts that way. So small world.
I had this one guy buy something from me off of, because I publicised that I had that stuff on Reverb, and he told me, he said, I only bought it because you were selling it. And I'm like, what? it was a weird feeling. It was like, me? Yeah. I'm like, I'm nobody. Tracy in chats just mentioned that Jar streamed a major live performance earlier today. I think it was overnight. It was that dance thing. It was like a
he had Brian May from Queen on it. Yeah.
Like a disco. Yeah. Brian, yeah. And
it was I've got it pinned to my wall in Facebook at the moment, but the concert was quite interesting. But you'll see that they're obviously working to sequences or tapes that are a fixed length, because one of the coders, they messed up by a bar, and there are a few little nuances that maybe weren't as slick as you might hope. There are a few sideways glances from Jar as he does it. You'll see it when you watch the video. But yeah, no, clever. There are so many clever people out there doing amazing stuff. But I think it gets to the stage where in a Jar concert, you come out humming the lighting.
He's big on that though. He has been for a long time. You know, I think a lot of people go to it just because of that. They may not care so much about the music. They're probably there more for the visuals.
Yeah, I guess everything needs an element of spectacle about it, doesn't it? Just to make it memorable for the crowd.
Yeah, like it's a full sort of visual audio performance. Yeah, I mean, you know, you got to fill the pockets of the vendors, and you got to at the same time make people walk away and say, oh, I enjoyed that, from whatever background they come from. Talking about not getting everything in sync, I did this gig once where the drum machine, for some reason, when you hit the start button, it just like glitched for about half a bar, and literally the whole drum beat was half a bar out, but it worked perfectly because the kick was, it didn't matter with the kick, it was just 4 on the floor basic kick, but the open hat came at the opposite time when it was supposed to, and we didn't actually realize it. It was we listened to it back because they recorded it, and one of the guys, I think it was the guitarist George, he was saying, I actually like that. We should change that so that the hat is actually the opposite to where it's supposed, because everyone would kind of be used to, it was a very dancey sort of four on the floor drum machine beat, where you had that closed hi-hat and then the open hi-hat triggering the next kick. That sort of, you guys would know it if you heard it. But to reverse that, to have the open hi-hat trigger the closed hi-hat instead of the kick, it was a bit freaky. But he was like, I like it. And as a result of that stupid glitch in the drum machine starting, that's how that track stayed forever. Cemented.
Frozen in time
with the glitch. And it meant that I had to reprogram the drum sequence so that it was always the opposite to what it was supposed to originally be. Because obviously, the next time you hit start on it, it started perfectly, of course, right? So, yeah.
It's sort of beat displacement, like when you put the radio on in the car and it doesn't start on the one.
Yeah.
And you're like, whoa, that's like a real cool, until you actually get around to the following bar.
Yeah.
There's like an eighth note beat displacement or some kind of 16th note beat displacement. And that could make things like really interesting and cool and give it a little extra, tension and what have you. I
mean, it's one of my little tricks. I do that all the time with triplets and twelfths and things like that. And then I'll bring the quarters or the octs in, to bring you back to where I want you to be, but you're kind of off on this 12th in your head, and you're like, what? But it works because, maths will eventually all sync up eventually, right? As long as it's a division of 3 and 4. So we're good to go.
It reminds me of those songs, Stuart Copeland drumming and playing intentionally off the beat with the kick on, like Spirits in the Material World. I think he has the kick on 2 and 4 and stuff like that. Absolutely. And then the other trick is reggae normally doesn't actually play the 1. It either plays the end of 4 or it comes in on the end of 1. So there are all those sort of subtle.
I love that song.
Things.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, because what's the drummer's name again?
Stuart Copeland.
Stuart. Yeah, I was going to say Andy, but it's Stuart. He was he's like a really, really clever drummer. And when you listen to that track, you've got, I think you said it, it's kind of got a bit of a reggae feel to it, but not until later. Like the first part of it is that sort of offbeat thing going on, and you're kind of getting into that, and then all of a sudden you've got this little reggae guitar thing happening afterwards, and like, what? But then it all works. Yeah, it all just works.
They know where one is, but the audience doesn't for some time.
Yeah, and it's until that first verse comes in, the first chorus comes in, where it all just melds together, and it's all done purposely, you can tell. But you're then, by the time you get to that chorus, you're then starving for them to go back to that offbeat drum again. So it's quite clever. If you ever listen to it, you just catch yourself starving for that next offbeat when you hit that first chorus where they say our spirits in the material world, and then you hear that double kick on the drum to get him back into the offbeat. It's so genius. 3-piece band. I mean, how good are they? Hey?
Yeah, there are very few. They're all, if you think about the 3-piece bands, Rush was great.
Rush,
a 3-piece incarnation.
Yeah, I love Rush.
And not everyone remembers Brownsville Station, but they were big in '74. Smoking in the boys' room.
I remember that.
There are a few 3-piece bands that survived everything else, but yeah, interesting.
The Cream.
The Cream, yeah, with Eric. Yeah.
Cactus,
yeah. I think the Cream and the Police would probably be your two most famous in the world, definitely. And Rush, I guess, Rush were pretty big. I think my favourite would have been Police, because I felt they really filled the sonic palette more. You could hear, I don't know whether it was they just were just geniuses as learning to play the right frequencies, because I think that's a talent in its own right. When you're a musician, you can just so saturate things, by accident. And those guys knew not to saturate. I kind of felt like they knew when saturation was definitely a thing that they needed to warm up a sound, but then they backed it off, and you had space to move in your ears around what they were doing. And I think it was, I I think it was probably the drums that did it. Like because he played so percussively. It wasn't just kick and snare, and it was
busy.
more. Yeah, it was busy. Yeah,
And there are a lot of ghost notes, and there are a lot of nuances.
Yep.
And the same with Summers' voicings on guitar involved fingers that were sort of spread really, really wide, but also the voicings were quite unusual for fourths and extensions. So it becomes none of the overtones intersect, so you get this much broader, denser sound.
Yeah, I enjoy it.
Stuart Copeland is using a lot of the hi-hat techniques that where he'll be playing the eighth notes with his foot on the hi-hat, or he'll keep that pulse on the hi-hat that gives it this like very driving feel, but at the same time it's sort of like jazzy when he goes to the ride, but it still has the drive with that left foot.
Yeah.
And the way the snare drum is tuned on those Police records, they're not in the way of any of like what Sting is doing or what Andy Summers is doing. The production and the engineering is like fantastic, and the way like Stuart Copeland's use of like echo and slapback.
Yeah.
When he hits the cross stick and it's like ka 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 ka.
Yeah.
And it starts to like fade and they pong it. It's like, man, I had never heard drumming like this, on a rock record.
Yep.
That stuff is like mind blowing, And if there were 5 guys in a band, you couldn't get away with all those cool things. I think you had to have the space.
I reckon there's a bit of Krupa in him.
Oh.
You haven't heard the 1936 Carnegie Hall concerts, have you? Have you listened to the old 78s of that? And then you've got everyone's playing it, and I was seeing Krupa is up the back completely off his freckle, and Lionel Hampton's on vibes up there. You listen to it, you sit there going, yeah, yeah. And right the way through, singing all each other tracks. They're obviously having a bit of a party up the back in the rhythm section.
Oh,
I don't think
loved it, mate.
Was ever there, but anyway, yeah.
But I just kind of feel like that sort of just the subtle trickle of a triplet, or and then back into the quarter note, and then he might do an eighth, and like you were saying, where he's got the foot on the hi-hat, and he's just triggering it, and he's teasing us with it. It's like I'm gonna do something, and then you'll hear that pah on the snare, and you're like, what? it's genius. It really is.
And a lot of his things too are combinations. He'll hit a tom, like the overtone of the rim of the tom with the snare.
Yep.
Or he'll stop the hat with the snare at the same time. Plop, plop, it gives you that, not only the initial hit, but now you have this harmonic range.
Yeah.
Sort of like you hear it in Bill Bruford's playing.
Yeah.
A lot of that early Yes and those King Crimson albums.
The King Crimson,
There's no drums that sound like Bill Bruford. It's like the tuning and the frequencies and for me as a drummer, like I've digested this stuff all my life, and there's a lot of similarities in the sonics, of a Stuart Copeland type of tuning and a Bill Bruford type of tuning, and the way it comes across on the record.
Yeah, the band Queen toured Melbourne in '85, and I was up the back with my wife, and the concert, we were right on the aisle towards the back of the auditorium, and she's elbowed me in the ribs, and I've turned around, and they're standing at the back of the hall in the aisle were Sting, Stuart Copeland, and Andy Summers, and they'd come in from wherever they would on their gig, and they came in to see the tail end of the Queen show. And it was just at the time when they were lowering the big triangular Parcan array to basically cook Roger Meadows Taylor on the drum riser, and they had 3 cantilevered triangular Parcan arrays which would come in and sort of frame the drummer and turn the heat up a little bit. And
but you just saw everything come off those drums, like it was.
Yeah, you
insane.
see Stuart Copeland sitting there going,
yeah,
like that. He's just totally aghast at what was going on. They and then they turned around. They walked down after that. They didn't see too much, but interesting. That was Yeah, it was Queen. It was just before the Live Aid show, so it was sort of around that time. It was certainly the band at their pinnacle performance-wise, and Freddie's voice was right up there.
Yeah, before he started, yeah, I remember that sort of era. It was good. Should mention too, because Tracy's in chat and she said trios mandatory to mention ELP. Of course, definitely, like one of my faves. And obviously we've just had a loss from EL, so that's really really cool. And because of that synth side of it, you know, definitely.
What a virtuosic. I mean, it's scary how good that guy plays on some of those records.
Yeah. Sean just mentioned here, we can hear voices. Yes, we've got Zoom call working. You could jump in, Sean, and Tracy, jump in. I'll just put the link up again because, like I was saying earlier, I want to break it because it broke me on Saturday, and I want to, you know, I want revenge. I literally have done nothing. I've done nothing. I've literally turned my computer on and thought, okay, we've got to get this thing working. It wasn't working on Saturday. Why is it? And it just started working. It's just bizarre. Have no idea.
That's the only reason I'm here, to try and break things. I almost got there.
I like it. I like it, Steve. You're doing well.
That's my mantra.
So before I was showing that little graphic there, right? That's the little setting thing that I get. It's just the new setting that they've given us on the software update. And see how it says audio source isolate, and I've got mixed and share as another option. I actually haven't touched that. So by default, that will just, any Zoom call that comes in, it defaults to isolated, which is probably, I had no idea what this stuff means, but I'm guessing that they mean that each of the scenes on this, you know, it's basically a video switching software, right? So each of the scenes on this, you can think of it like tracks, right? If you were talking DAW land, isolating the audio of a caller would probably be the sensible thing to do. That's how I'm thinking from an audio term, right? But sometimes, have you ever noticed, if you ever work in the video industry, they have audio terms that aren't audio engineering terms. they speak this different language, and I'm like, guys, you know, there's literally a whole audio engineering world that's been around longer than you guys had cameras. Maybe you should like talk to each other and play nice. It's not going to happen. Just wishful thinking.
But it's like the modular guys. You can talk about your modules there, and I recognise the names when they come up, but half of them I wouldn't know what they did. I know the problems that you have with modular in terms of time slicing and synchronization and trying to get LFOs to trigger things on different devices at the same time. But for me, it's all new, and it's all a bit scary. And whilst I've played devices since 1976 or so, it's all this stuff modular just confuses the crap out of me.
Yeah, let it though. Embrace that. Embrace that.
Oh, yeah.
That bit of subtle, hey, Steve doesn't know something. I reckon that's a cool thing, because now you're like, damn it.
Oh, no, I mean, I don't know a lot about a lot of stuff, but I've had sort of 40 years bitter experience as a pro musician, and you get an inkling for what can go wrong and what can't after that. But also, you know your limitations. Like, it was never about the ego with me, because I worked in a band that had 1,100 charts doing covers on request. So every week we were, apart from the first bracket, which was set up beforehand by the band leader, the rest was all what the crowd wanted. And you had to hit your mark, 12-piece band, and all fly shit written out. And when you got confident with your parts, the band leader would rewrite your parts to make them harder. Just so you were never on a secure footing. You're always exerting and always just on the edge. And in the end, I had to get those special high-tech underpants, the one with the invisible stripe down the center, which turns brown when it's time to wash it.
That's amazing. Well, you can with the old invisible underpants, you can wear them 4 different times before you have to wash them.
1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah. North, south, east, and west. Yeah.
South, east, and west. Yeah. The nomenclature stuff we were talking about before. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Like in modular, right? So portamento is my favorite. How many different names for portamento? We've got glide, we've got slew, we've got portamento.
Glissando.
Yeah.
Not strictly, but there were some organs that had that feature on it. Yeah,
it works. Glissando works. Sean is coming in. I'm just waiting for him to connect his up on the Zoom call. We can show it. It's not no big deal. We're all happy families here. Layers, and I'll just get rid of chatties. We don't need chatties. Boom. So there's Sean waiting for his IV cam connection. Just so you know, Sean, you probably need
trying to find the vein.
Need to connect the camera, mate.
Come on.
It went in yesterday. Yeah.
Mate, you don't have to give blood to be on this show.
But
there
it helps.
he is.
It helps.
Yay! Welcome. Sean, how are you, buddy? We haven't got your audio yet, but you're definitely connected audio-wise our end. So we just haven't got you coming out this end yet. Yeah, we can't hear you, bud. Keep trying. So, yeah.
You don't have any retro kits with you, do you? Oh, bad joke from Saturday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'll tell you what though, he's a genius, that guy. In terms of MIDI, he absolutely knows his MIDI. One day we should. I mean, we've had him on the show years ago as well, but I really want him to sort of. I don't know if he will, but I want him to spill his brains a bit. Do you know what I mean? Like some of the things that like just share a little bit with us, because I mean that RK006 is still sitting there from Saturday. That is a genius little box, that thing. I know, Steve, you love your MIDI, right? If you haven't got this, you probably should get one of those, because that tiny little box, you can see how small it is.
Yeah,
has so much MIDI connectivity and tools in it. It's just insane. It's only a couple of €100 for it. Pretty good. Keep trying, Sean. We still haven't got your audio yet. Oh, you've got his audio. Yes, we got it.
Yeah, the app that I'm using with my phone for the camera, it's weird. What happens sometimes with the Zoom and other things is it always wants to use that instead of my system camera. I thought I could just, turn the camera on and it would go to the system camera, but no.
Fair enough. It's one of the Zoom itself, it's just its own little world. It just wants to do, you have to do what it does tell you to do. Otherwise, no party for you. As I found out on Saturday. But, unfortunately with me, like this particular software that I'm using for streaming, I've told you guys a million times what it's called. It's called vMix, but it actually has a plugin so that it can communicate with Zoom. And so I'm thinking that probably what it's got in the back end is actually literally like a complete Zoom app that's hidden in my computer somewhere running in the background. If I launch Zoom as an app on my computer whilst I'm running the show, I actually have there's two of me in it. So I'll do it now, you guys, because you guys have got the Zoom app running, so you'll see it's a laugh. So there'll literally be two of me in Zoom, two of the same person. I mean, I can change the name and stuff, but it's hilarious. And I can do things in the Zoom app, of course, but basically all the controls are here. And here we go. So if I click start, there you go. I'm there. There's two of me now. Look at that. There's me with the 4 squares of you guys fed back to you, and there's me with just my name. It's crazy, right? And I've got controls over this. I can reclaim host. I can stay as a participant. I'll click stay as a participant. That's fine. But I could turn the cam on and this as well, and it would work. And it doesn't break it either. It's literally running on the same computer that I'm running the streaming software on, and it doesn't break it. It's crazy. Anyway, what's the bet? I run the show on Saturday and it breaks again. We've just done this test and it works, and we're all like, yay! And it breaks.
It might be due to sunspot activity or solar flares or
I've got that, haven't I? That coming
aurora
in on
australis. Yeah, that's sort of happening. Yeah,
me. Oh yeah, the aurora. Did you guys see that? You guys had it
I
in the
did.
northern hemisphere the day before, and then we had it in the southern hemisphere. It was crazy.
I haven't seen that in 62 years in Melbourne.
Yeah.
So that for me was a bit strange. It was almost like, oh, well, either you two have set up over the hill or we've got a different light show happening. But
Or
I'm just
Jar's
waiting.
doing a concert on the hill.
Yeah, end of times, all that stuff. Yeah, that happens. No. That's what I love about the people who say that such and such a date is going to be the end of time as we know it. That'll be the day that the rapture happens or something like that. And I always hark back to September 1752 when they actually cut about 9 days out of September and to sort of line up the Gregorian and the Julian calendars. So it means that whoever's measuring their time scale from biblical times to now probably has 9 days missing. So next time someone makes that assertion to say, have you allowed for September 1752? Then they go and research it. Then they realise there are 9 days missing. Then they can form the conclusion that maybe they're a bit early on their prediction.
I remember having this massive argument when I was at university with this guy, because I did computer science, right? And we were talking about the algorithm of calculating Gregorian versus Julian calendars, and we talked about this 1952 thing. It was kind of funny. But he couldn't get his head around the fact that they're both wrong. No matter how you cook it, they're both wrong, because it's a man-made implement. So, and we're basing it on the cycles of the sun and the moon, and like they're not man-made. You know?
There is some guy out there on his resume says he is the guy who slips the extra second or the leap second into the atomic clocks every so often. And I just want to know how he gets that job and what he does for the rest of the time.
He's got the cup, and he's just tipping that little bit of radon into it.
There's the
Andy's joined us too. Andy Synthetic. He's just joined us on Zoom, so I'll see if I can squeeze him in. We can go to the 6-up now. Where's my 6-up?
Andy and I can break anything, I think.
I'll go to here. You guys will disappear for a sec, but I'll put you back in. Don't worry. But since we've got Andy, so let's go in order of who joined us. No, that's not right. That wasn't the first. You're lying to me. There we go. 1. I've got to scroll down to the 85th, 84th, 85th.
I feel so honoured.
This is the number of scenes I've got running on this thing. And then, so that's that one there. 1, 2, 3. And then Andy will be here. Okay. And then, I don't know, we've got, there's supposed to be 6, right? So that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sean will be the next one, if I get this right. There. And the last one, we'll put the chatties in. There. There we go. So Andy should be below me if it works. Everything's working. At the moment, he's it's his wall, maybe. I think it looks like his wall.
And he's a big fan of carpet, so it could possibly be this extensive exotic carpet.
Yeah. I'm kind of feeling like a bit of carpet music going right now, you know?
Eine kleine carpet music.
Yeah. We could get a groove happening. Get the old Hoover out.
Who is it? Steppenwolf? Magic Carpet Ride?
Yeah, Magic Carpet Ride.
That's what the band used to say when I walked on stage. They said either the new vacuum cleaner's arrived or Steve's playing keyboards tonight. That was the mantra.
I used to get, the nerds here. That's what I used to get, because I always think that I was a nerd, because I used to do all the mixing, all the keyboard playing, all the drum machine setting, programming, everything. And I used to say to you, what do you guys do? Oh, you just rock up with your guitar. You pull it out of the case, you plug it in, and then you just play it. You know, you're doing nothing. I should get paid more than you. Used to make massive arguments.
You should get a doubling fee for every device. Yeah, I think that's
why not.
What used to happen with the big band. Yeah. Anyway, Andy, it's good to see you, man. He's just lining up.
What part of the US are you from, Sean?
Chicagoland, so Midwest.
Ohio. Beautiful. I think Andy's... I don't know what he's doing. Can you hear us, Andy? He's just trying to get his mic. Yep, he's trying to get his mic going. The illustrious headset mic. How do I do that? What do I click on? It's here somewhere. Yeah. It's been an interesting ride, I think. Like we were talking about the show on Saturday with 250 shows. I'm no better or worse than what I was, I think, from the first show. Do you guys remember I showed the... I think it was on the birthday edition a few months ago where I showed my very first stream and how awkward that was. It still haunts me. It still haunts me.
No, but what you're doing is more polished now. It doesn't seem it because it's still flying by the seat of the pants. But it is a good enterprise, and it does involve a lot of people, and people feel as if they're part of what's going on, which is great.
Yeah, you build it and they'll come. That was the start of it, I think. I think like the most important thing that I've stuck to true is that I've always come from the point of I'm a user, I'm a end user, I'm not commercially influenced. I've resisted being commercially influenced. And even when I was getting Behringer giving me stuff, do you guys remember when I got the swing given to me? And they wanted me to do all this kind of cool stuff with the swing, and I'm like, you guys literally just copied Arturia. Why do you think I'm going to be like, I'm not going to be happy about that? Because if that happened to me, if I built something and then some other company just literally just copied it without any regard, I'd be very annoyed. It's working, Andy.
Working? Okay, cool.
You're in.
How's it going, guys?
Yeah, good, man.
I was about ready to do a synth live stream demo with the Korg Z1.
Ooh.
And I saw you were streaming, so I stopped, and I'm going to go back to it later. So,
what time is it over your part of the world? Is it like 8, 9, 10?
Before 9, I think. Oh, just 9. Yeah, it's
Okay.
after 9.
So it's just hit midnight in New York, and what about Chicago? Is that about 11, 12?
I guess it'd be over 11 then.
Yeah. Okay. So
yeah, I was probably getting ready to crash myself, but then I jumped off. So.
And you got Monday tomorrow, right? So it's a work day. Yeah.
Yeah. So my mess of cables and.
Hey, let me go full screen on you, bud. Just give me a sec. I'm going to click this. There we go. I love it. Oh, that's the Uno.
The original one, yeah.
Yeah.
And lots of interfaces, and then my laptop, which does most of the heavy lifting for all my other stuff. Oh, you run into issues with the camera with the light. It changes, and then Then I got my wind controller and.
Oh wow!
Whatever.
What was the wind controller? You were a bit quick. I just didn't quite see it. Nice. The
Yamaha WX7, 80s vintage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I have WX5.
Yeah, they work good. It's like got an aluminum body.
Yeah.
So it's solid, like a real instrument, and mechanical keys, which feel comfortable if you're used to a saxophone or something, as opposed to like an EWI that has the the keys that use the the conduction of your skin. And so if you rest your fingers on the keys, like wind players do, you're triggering notes. But with the mechanical one, you can be pushing the keys and nothing happens unless you're blowing. There's no note on.
Yeah, that's
it's
really
all
cool.
MIDI, so it sends note on and off, velocity. It sends, you can either send aftertouch or breath, and pitch bend up and down, and there's also pitch bend on the mouthpiece. So when I'm playing, I usually do up bends at the mouthpiece and then down bends with the there's like a rocker switch.
What's it like for tuning though? Like, is it just digital in its tuning, or do you tune it through the mouthpiece?
tuning in the instrument. I mean, basically the mouthpiece should be kind of dead center.
Yep.
If I'm applying too much pressure, it'll go sharp.
Yeah. Which is normal,
It's
right?
sensitive that way, but that's kind of like a real instrument is too, and it's okay to have pitch variance. You know what I mean? And everything's dead on all the time. It sounds less human.
Yep. You don't want that.
Right. I mean, when I'm playing, I don't use an LFO or anything. All the vibrato is me moving my jaw up and down a tiny amount at whatever rate. So, the vibrato could be, whatever.
Yeah. Whatever your lungs or your cheeks can vibrate.
Right.
Bad word. But have you tried the Computone, the one that we were showing on the auction on Saturday? Have you tried one of those? The Computone Wind. That
is that like a Lyricon? No, those are if it's the Lyricon, those are like crazy expensive, like thousands of dollars.
Yeah, the Lyricon it was. Yeah,
and they only work with modular systems basically. So
yeah, I know. I kind of thought there might be maybe there's a little market there for someone to bring that back and do the same thing. I know it's annoying for some people just for me to say this, but literally make it so that it will only work with a modular system. For that reason,
there's so many controllers now with Silphio and the Yamaha and the Iwi and other ones. It's kind of saturated now.
It is saturated, yeah.
So,
but was the Lyricon? Wasn't that the Lyricon? Wasn't that sort of limited though? Like you were saying, Sean, it was limited because it was kind of too predictable. Wasn't that its downfall?
Well, there was two different ones, and there's actually software emulations of them now that this developer from Colorado did, Davidson Carpenter, who's like a wind synth guy, and there was the Lyricon 2, that's a subtractive one, and then there was the original Lyricon that I don't think I could really explain it, but it was sort of more of an additive one, and they sound quite different. The Lyricon 2 plugin that I use, or they call it Lyrihorn, but the Lyricon 2 plugin is a lot more comfortable for me because I'm used to doing subtractive. I mean, I don't know. Subtractive synthesis is pretty easy with breath. It's like you map breath to the filter, maybe the filter frequency and some resonance in different amounts, and scale it, and you get good sound.
Yeah, there's also the Niall Steiner controller, which is really rare, but it has that little ball thing at the bottom you can rotate for expression.
Oh, that would be like the EVI one, which is like a trumpet, and then you use the
there's this little bell.
The cylinder is the partial on a trumpet.
Yeah,
Niall's a genius.
They also had another one. It was like about Australia had it. Maybe it looked like a black trumpet, but it was actually a controller. I forgot who made that one, but it's a plastic. It's got a black plastic trumpet. So there've been a lot of weird attempts at this shit over the years.
Oh yeah. Funnily enough, though, the most that it probably differs to where you are in the world, but Steve will probably say the same. The most that whenever you go see people use these things at a concert, I always see either the Yamaha or the Akai. The most.
Usually the Iwis, it's the most common one. So
they seem to have gotten penetrated in more in the market, and there's probably a good reason. The Yamaha is probably the one I saw the most. Like yours, Sean.
Yamaha is for like if you're a real sax player, because it has the mouthpiece that actually has expression.
Yep.
A lot of sax players go for that.
Yeah.
That's how I heard about it. When I worked at Apple, a guy was a virtual sax player, and he goes, "Oh, you got to get a WX5." I said, "I don't know how to play sax." He goes, "Oh, just get one anyway and figure it out." I said, "All right." And I found one.
Figure it out.
And it's still in a case over there. I barely use it. I like it, but I barely use it.
My 9-year-old son is learning to play the oboe. I just wanted to introduce you to the idea of figuring it out just right there. Just like feel my pain.
Yeah. Well, I just bought I was in San Francisco 2 weeks ago picking up my dad from the airport. And before that, I did a little live stream walking around getting snacks. And this little store that has old music stuff and sometimes instruments. I picked up a concert flute, little transverse flute. Yep. In the case for like, I don't know, it was like $50 or something like that, which is pretty damn cheap. Yeah. And I don't know how to play it, but we'll see what happens. So I also got a clarinet from the guy too.
Both of my eldest kids played the flute. My daughter only literally just gave it up last year. She's in year 10th grade. In Australia, we finish high school at 12th grade. That's our graduating year. Well, technically they can leave school at 10th grade and they get their high school certificate, I think they call it. But most of them go to 12th grade because that's the university sort of qualification grade. But she's just basically for music. She's doing all the full end music stuff. I'm a bad influence. What can I say? But she's only doing voice now, and I can understand it because I said to her, why don't you keep doing flute because you'll still learn all the theory with that. And she said, well, really, it's actually bad for me to learn flute because it's teaching me to, my love is voice, so it's teaching me to go down a different path. And she's got to the point where you guys would be the same, right? It'd be like someone saying, no, you can't touch your synths anymore, guys. You've got to play guitar. That's kind of where she's at with it.
Well, I started on violin, then I went to brass, and then I went to sports and didn't play for 15 years. So
yeah, it's a bit of a segue, that one. But
I think
oboe,
the breath control side. I remember my daughter lying on the floor and exhaling through her teeth for 50, 60, 70 seconds at a time just to keep the breath control from the diaphragm. And that's good for singers as an exercise as well. Well, I used to work with Anne Hawker, who played sop sax and flute and piccolo and sang and did all that on the gig and had no trouble balancing the two. So I think it just depends on your preferences as much as anything. I mean, there are people out there who do the whole lot,
Yeah.
One fun thing you can do with this, though, and Andy could do this, is if you filter the data so you're only using the breath component of it.
Oh, yeah. It's like the breath controller from Yamaha.
To a keyboard.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
like the little BC1, BC2 controllers.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you could modulate something
I've done
with
a little
that.
bit of that. It's fun.
It's got me thinking.
Or people just get the breath-only controllers.
Yeah.
You could buy the BC controllers and then buy the little MIDI Solutions BC box that converts it to MIDI and use it on anything instead of having a dedicated Yamaha synth with a BC input.
Yeah.
I got this. It's really, really good for putting on the end of hoses. So I'm hopeful that I can actually devise some sort of career.
Steve.
One of the things I noticed playing the Silphio wind controller that I got is a lot of wind controllers, they don't have a lot of back pressure because it's just air pushing through there. But because they're selling it to people who play flute and sax and clarinet and stuff like that, they sold 3D printed plugs that represent the back pressure when you stick them in the output. To give you that back pressure of those different instruments. And I have it on I think I have it on flute or something, or maybe sax, I can't remember. But God, just playing things up for a while, you get out of breath. So I would imagine playing that would be also help with the singing because you're getting that lung exercise.
I worked with a trumpet player called John Gray, and John was a brilliant first trumpet player, but he decided that he was going to join the Baha'i faith and only eat pure vegetarian and lentil diet. And of course, one night there's a brass obligato held block chords through the brass and reed section at the start of Killing Me Softly, and Johnson's let the back pressure go, and one by one you can hear the brass parts drop out until everyone's just right off stage with the music fanning the air behind them.
Wow!
And Johnson's just sitting there on stage laughing. So yeah, one of those fine moments in my musical career was the back pressure coming from a trumpet player who
that's the brought to you by garlic moment.
Yeah. The wrong choice of diet moment.
Yeah. But we talk about things going wrong. I mean, often it was just the simple things that went wrong on the gig.
Bodily functions.
But it's funny because I never thought about the pressure thing because I didn't play a wind instrument except for brass a long time ago. Which is actually pretty easy. I don't remember there being a ton of back pressure on the brass, but apparently like on a clarinet or a sax, you can really feel that. And you just take that for granted until you start, messing with even with these controllers. It's kind of funny.
I mean, I've got my I don't know if you can see it just there. I've got my HPD hand drum, I think, from Roland. Back
Oh yeah,
out again.
the 20, right?
Is it a 20? Yeah, 20.
Yeah, I have the 15. So.
Yeah, and it's. I remember when I bought it, I was like, "This is me," because I'm in the kitchen and I'm on the seat. Or we all probably do it, right? We're banging. I get told off all the time throughout the house. Stop banging, stop tapping. And I'm like, that's me. I'm a tapping person. I tap all the time. And this thing is basically like, I should probably do a lot more stuff. I think the next album I do, I'm gonna have to use this more in it. But what I'm trying to do with it is, it's very limited inside the box, just like anything that you buy where they've got their sounds in the box itself. And I really, really just want different sounds to come out of it, not the stuff that's in it. So, but the thing that frustrates me is with the MIDI connectivity of it. So with a lot of the sounds that are in it that are programmed, that are really high-end performance stuff, you can get all these different intonations with the way you touch it and the velocity and different positions on the pad and things like that. If I wanted to program an external instrument to do that, it's probably not even possible for a start, and it's difficult. And so what they do is they let you bring samples in, so you can put an SD card in the back and put sample sounds in. But even with that, you're not allowed to do half the stuff that those internal programs can do. So it's kind of like, why, Roland? Why would you? Well,
it's like my TD Brain has an SD card. I can also load samples that way too, which is nice. But I haven't tried it yet. But I imagine it's a little more limited than the actual V drum sounds. So
all I want them to do is just finish a product like properly.
Well, the problem is, like, for example, like I can add samples all day to my Machina Plus, right? But the Machina Plus sounds they've curated from like the Abbey Road drums. With all the expression, all the aftertouch is laid out, all the layer switching is laid out. If I just start dumping samples, I still have to do all that work to make all that mapping work. And nobody has the time or inclination to do that most of the time. So they often don't give you those tools up front, or I would imagine in a Brain, right? Yeah. But in something like a Machina Plus, I could do that. But I'm trying to get to the music, and it's like I don't have time to sit there and so often use the libraries instead, or find a good contact library that has that baked into it. So the samples I'm loading are mostly one shots. I'm not doing all the crazy layers. It just takes too much time.
It does. You'd be sitting there for a week.
Like, I never get anything done. It'd be just I finished the bank. Oh, it's been a month. So
exactly. Because the interface is crap, and it takes you forever to just do one tiny thing. That's half the problem.
But that's the crafting that you really take for granted in something like those plugins and stuff, is they've figured out all those layers for you, and all the key switching and all the aftertouch and velocity sensitivity layers and stuff. So I don't even want to go down that road. I know it's available and it'd be kind of fun, but it would just take time away from actually making music. So.
Yeah, true.
I think you could do a whole program on orphaned Roland products. I think that would be a very, very easy topic to fill an hour with. Of all my Roland products that have been orphaned or semi-complete or unusable because of obsolescence built in, I look at, if you just look at everything that I've owned, the MMP2 microphone preamp that they built that had effects to be loaded, never available, ever. Just an orphaned product with a VS2480 card in it as a microphone preamp in drag. The Varios, which won't talk to anything but Windows 95 on USB 1. Another magnificent masterpiece of Roland engineering.
Yep.
Now they've got this thing online where all your sounds come down off the cloud, the Roland cloud, because we need more. You can just see, if I was in the middle of a concert using a Roland cloud product, first of all, the internet would drop out. Then I'd get a Windows update in the middle of the set. And then by the time I'd finished, the people had stopped throwing fruit. It would have been all over. So much Roland stuff that I've got, I love. And now they want you to sort of divest your hardware because they've got this software hardware hybrid offering. And I think it's just a no. It's rubbish.
This is true, right? This is true. But for me, the biggest issue with Roland at the moment is the authentication side of it. And this is a real pain. So if any of you guys have got Roland Cloud, you guys will know exactly what I'm talking about. If you open up your DAW and you drop a Roland Cloud instrument in, into one of your tracks, the first thing that will pop up is the authentication. And if you don't get it right, if you forget your password, because we know a million different passwords, right? Who's going to remember all your passwords? There's no way of it. We all use Chrome or whatever browsers, and a lot of them have password managers, so it's easy. Just authenticate and drops the password in, and you're good to go. There's no password manager in this because it's on your DAW, so you've got to then find out what the freaking password. By the time you've done that, the instrument goes into demo mode and it's ruined it. So like Steve was saying, if you were doing that in the middle of a concert, you're screwed. That's out. It's gone. It's gone skis.
But what the good thing about Roland is that when you do use Roland Cloud and you can't get back into your account, they will continue to charge you for months and months and months and months and months. They're very good like that. The continuity of care is ongoing.
Yeah.
And you just really want to get them and stick their head in the toilet. So I think I'll drive up to Sydney, say hello to the Roland guys for lunch.
I'll give you a name if you want.
Take them to the... No, I don't know anyone up there.
Give them some back pressure.
I'll give you a name.
Look, I've got a lot of Roland products. I never talk about anything I haven't bought and had a disaster with. I mean, I think that's part of what I do. So I'm not looking for a sponsorship deal from Roland or anything like that. I just want their product to work for more than 7 years at a time.
Well, just finish it. I think, Steve, we're on the same page here. Just finish it. Like, if you say something's going to do something, finish it. If you're going to bring a synth out and it's amazing, put Aftertouch on it, because all the synth people want Aftertouch. System 8.
Well, you could say that about the Cybertruck. They had a lot of features that didn't come with, right? Oh, you have to wait. They might come next year. So.
I would never buy anything from that guy. Seriously.
But I mean, in general, that's a lot of these software-based things in general. It's just shit, right? Promises of the future, not now. And
it's vaporware. It's vaporware, and vaporware never satisfies anyone. And then the other thing is that your obsolescence is almost planned, because the minute that any hardware and software component are more than 7 years apart in age, the wheels start to fall off.
It's 7 to 10 years is the
system's view is 7 years. So Windows 95 and stuff are just, I know it's new in Australia compared with America, but we're
I still use it. I have some VMs that it's great,
we get stuck in this perpetual deprecation of version loops. I think what we need to do, and Ramsey's into software, so what we need to do is we need to make a fake server, a fake Roland Cloud server, have it intercept all the TCP/IP calls.
Yeah, we could do that.
And then feed back the data. I think there are various products.
You have to have Wagyu hosted. He has the biggest pipe and the biggest server setup. So,
and
he's got a lot of Roland rack units too. Anyway, but
exactly. Daniel would actually know how to. He would literally know how to hack it too. I reckon. I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh yeah, he's good.
There's a product called Trace Plus WinSock, and it will audit and sniff out every TCP/IP command and hex that goes up your line. So you can just simply set that up, start it off listening, run your login to your Roland Cloud, and then trap everything that happens, and then simply mimic that locally. So have it intercept.
Yeah, just do Wireshark and get all your
just
stuff
Wireshark
out.
Yeah.
Same idea, but not a hard thing to do if you're just prepared to wade through 300,000 pages of hex.
Well, it's
by the way, Randy, here's a fun thing. I was talking about this on the pub yesterday. My OPZ, I had taken it out on a trip. Didn't use it the entire time, but it was in the little bag, which isn't totally sealed as the flap case, right? And I pulled it out, having not used it for a little while, and it was missing 2 of the encoders. And I was like, what? What that happened? I know they're kind of like springy sometimes. So check this out. I found them on my floor in the studio here. They bounced off and float somewhere, but these little discs that go inside the encoder bays, and these tiny little colored discs. So there's red. These are the red and blue, but they also have the
that sit in the OPZ. Yeah, I know the ones.
And so the posts, actually, there's little magnets inside of them, which is how they stay on there.
Wow.
And I imagine it's also how they track, maybe as well. I'm not sure. So they said, well, as a website, they sell every feature, every accessory we'd want for OPO and OPZ, this iFixit site, but not these. And I sent a message to TE, and they didn't respond yet. But one of the things online said, oh, well, here's the 3D thing. You can just print your own, but you got to find the magnet. I'm like, I don't know which magnet this is. You know, so the DIY part of it is there, but it's kind of annoying. So I'm so glad I found them. I can reunite it with my unit. So,
but so basically they could just fall out. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, and people have actually lost them. Luckily, I didn't lose them for good. Now I know. I'm just gonna keep an eye on them from now on.
We need to tell
if they're
Ian
in a
that.
proper sealed case, they won't fall out because they'll just be in the case.
Yeah, we need to let Ian know.
But because, I mentioned it to him on the Kent's pub yesterday.
Oh, good.
I'm so happy I found this because unless they get back to me with a good solution, I was gonna have to try DIY or not use that until I figure something out. I have a second one. I used to hook them together for a duo mode, but I seem to have misplaced my second one. So.
I remember Chris we were talking about, I think it might have been on the Eurorack case show, we were talking about when we were building stuff for DIY, and there's this, his wording was perfect. I have to try and grab it. When you're in a DIY mode, right, and you're building something for yourself, and you've got to the point where you've taken this project on and you want to do it perfect and everything is kind of slow and you've been very gentle and you don't know, we all do this, right? But then you get to the point where something's not quite working. then you literally just, your whole demeanor flips and you turn into this beast and you don't care. You're going to make it fit. I can just imagine Andy trying to DIY these little magnet things back into his OPC.
Well, these are so small, right? I've printed stuff this small before in my printer, which is on the fritz right now, unfortunately. So that's another reason I couldn't do it. My printer needs repair. But we got to find the magnets and everything. It's just, if you're going to do that, document it. If you're not going to supply the part, put it on your website and tell people how to do it.
Yeah.
Right?
I bought something. I'm pretty sure I bought something from Teenage Engineering, from my OP1, because they
have some parts.
Yeah, I bought an OP1 in Australia, and I think in the UK they've got this as well. There's a place called Cash Converters, which is like a pawn shop, but they're like a national chain, and they're dodgy as hell. Don't worry, you do not want to ever go there to sell anything because you will get completely raped.
Yeah.
So I went there, and you can find some, like if you're smart, you can find some pretty cool deals, and hopefully the little pimple-faced 15-year-old that's working behind the counter doesn't know enough. So I went in, and this was in a Perth suburb called Midland, right, which is kind of like a low socio-economic sort of part of the city. And this thing, if you have no idea what it is, if you're looking at an OP1, and you don't know anything about music or musical instruments, you could tell him I told him it's a Nintendo controller. It's a special Nintendo controller. And because he didn't know how much to sell it for. So I said, mate, it's a Nintendo controller. And I said, you can't get them anymore, so they're a little bit rare, but what can you offer? And they had this price tag on this thing, and it was like way over the top. It was like $700 or something. I went, I'm not paying that. I said, look, mate, these things,
actually,
they
for
retail.
an OP1 used, that was a good price. That's
it would have been. I know, but I was trying my luck, right?
I get it. I get what you're trying to do.
Yeah. And this little pimple-faced 15-year-old is like, I'll go and talk to the manager. So he talks to the manager, comes back, he goes, will you take $350 for it? Because he kind of wants to get rid of it. It's been sitting in the cabinet for a bit long. And I'm like, yeah, right, okay. Look, it's a bit high, but look, I'll take it.
Yikes.
$350 Australian, right? For an OP1.
$12.50 US.
Yeah.
It's like my local place. I always get goodies. I got a Emax 1 rack there, which the guys didn't know how to use. I got it for like $150. I got the
crazy.
What was that? The WSA1 Techniques physical modeling synth rack, which they couldn't figure out how to use. They thought it was broken. I said, well, I'll take a shot at it. And he goes, all right, give us $50. We think it's broken. All right, $50 is fine. It's worth like $1,500, right?
That's a good buy. That one. That's really good.
Yeah. And it's rare too. It's hard to find the racks now. The keyboards are more plentiful, but the racks are pretty rare. They made about, I think, 700 of the keyboards, but much less of the racks.
Yeah.
And then some other stuff I got there cheap.
I reckon I'm going to go to hell because I'll go to the pearly gates. St. Peter will be there, and he'll be like, sorry, mate, you're going downstairs. And
Nintendo controller?
It won't be because of the Nintendo controller. It'll be because of this garage sale purchase that happened to me. You guys are going to hate me. I'll tell you the truth. Look, I need to let the bag out. No, I've told you guys about this before. I bought my Korg M3 from a garage sale, and I bought it for $200 Australian.
Wow.
And I didn't
actually. With the keyboard or just the module?
That's with the keyboard and everything. So I didn't actually know at the time, because this is going to sound really, really horrible, but I didn't actually know at the time the full story until after the sale went through. So I'm up there, walked up this driveway, and this lovely old lady, she had all this gear out, and there was actually quite a bit of musical stuff there, but it wasn't really anything that I really wanted. Like, there was like MIDI controllers and just crap, right? But there was this Korg M3 there, and I went, wow, I know what this is.
Was it the expanded one?
It was the expanded one.
Oh my God.
And so I said to her, I said, what will you take for this? And like, literally, that's what you do at garage sales, right? And she just said $200. And I'm like, you know, there's a famous ad in Australia where it's like, start the car.
Yeah.
Throw the $200 and run down the driveway.
You know.
But this is why I think I'm going to go to hell. I didn't haggle her at all. I just said, yeah, here's the $200. But I mean, I probably should have ethically turned around and said to her, look, love, this really, you probably shouldn't be selling this for $200. This is worth a lot more. I found out.
It may be broken, right?
I found out that her son had recently died, and this is all his stuff that she was getting rid of.
Yeah.
And I felt so bad afterwards. But the hell part for me will be that I have to live with that, and knowing the fact that I've ripped off this poor little old lady. I don't reckon she would have cared.
Sell your
to be
M3,
fair.
you can make a donation. You know,
I could, yeah. So charity, yeah, I could. No, I don't think it's that bad. But I just kind of felt like, you know, maybe I should have said to her, look, you know what, you probably should maybe put it on eBay. You might get a bit more for it. But I don't reckon she really cared. Yeah. To be fair, she was just trying to get rid of stuff. And he died a long time ago. It had been a couple of years since he passed on.
Wow.
So
I'm still looking for that keyboard part. They're around, but they're kind of, it's like $500 just for the keyboard part.
Really? Maybe I should sell it.
Oh yeah.
I don't ever use it.
There's
two things. There's two things on the keyboard part that are literally only accessible to that synth via the keyboard part.
Ribbon and the stick.
And the stick. So and the S1 and the S2, because I don't think they've made. Yeah, they haven't made that enabled via MIDI, which is probably something that Korg forgot to do. But yeah, I know. I understand if you guys will think less of me now after telling you that story.
Well, they even made room on it to put a. What's the one before it? Shit, the other module. The
radius.
Radius. So they even made a space so you could put a radius right next to it on that keyboard, which is cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I've got the radius card in mine.
I do too, but it's such a pain in the ass to address because they don't give any presets with it, and you have to go in and do some.
It's not too bad.
I tried. I just thought it was more nerdy than it needs to be.
It is a bit nerdy.
Right?
It is a bit nerdy. But it's not too bad. Like, once you get around that, it's got some sort of Linux operating system in it.
It's a little harder than the SRX cards on like a JD990 or something.
Oh, it's definitely harder than that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're actually quite easy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love those JV stuff. They're really cool. I actually like Eddie. Cool. Yeah. Eddie's like killing me because he's finished his collection now. He's got all the cards. Yeah. And I'm like so jealous because I actually love that stuff. You know when you sell a synth and you regret it? I sold the XP30. That was a great little Roland synth because you actually could put the cards in it and you could take them out and swap it over, and you had literally thousands and thousands of patches in this thing. Probably that was like early 2000s that came out, like 2001, 2002. The only thing that sucked up, the reason why I sold it is because the aftertouch, you had to drive your car over it for the aftertouch to work.
Well, it's like D50. You got to really put your weight on it, right?
Yeah, like the D50. Yeah, like what are they thinking of?
Are these keys going to break?
I'm probably going to get told off for saying this, but aren't like Japanese men smaller than us? I'm not sure. Maybe they have like more power in their fingers or something.
I think it's
a ninja thing. It's a ninja thing.
Yeah. So
I think it's the technology they used, right? It's just not as expressive as it should be. I just don't think they've implemented it well at all. It's just a bad aftertouch on
system.
Sonic, they had polyphonic aftertouch, but that little kind of foam ribbon in there can over time get less.
You have to replace it, yeah.
Expressive, yeah. So I mean, even when they did that, it wasn't that well made.
That's on the SQ80. I've got an ESQ1, it's literally sitting right there. I actually wish I got the SQ80 because basically the SQ80 is an ESQ1 times 2 with aftertouch, with polyphonic.
I have an
aftertouch.
SQ80 right over there. I got it really cheap. It was another steal from that store.
Another one. Geez, that store's good. Don't ever tell anyone it's good, man.
The best thing I got there was no one even noticed, but there was an Ensoniq keyboard outside one time when I was leaving, and I said, "Why is that there?" Something must have made a mistake, and there's a big sign on it that says "Please take" or something like that.
Wow.
I guess they had too much shit, or they know what to do with it, right? Because maybe they didn't have the floppies for it or something. So they just put it out there with the thing on it, and I looked at it and I go, well, it's a little dirty, but I bet it will work. It was a EPS 16 Plus sampler.
Wow, an EPS
with the scuzzy little nib thing on the back, right?
Yep.
Which is an add-on. And I go, all right, I'm taking this up. So I took it home, cleaned it up, powered it up. I had just bought EPS 16 Plus rack because I always wanted one. I just bought the rack, and now this one shows up for free. And I go, I hope this works. Plugged it in, turned it on, no problem. Works perfectly.
I remember a mate of mine bought an EPS and it had with the SCSI, and at the time when they came out, you guys think back in technology, sort of, what's happened release-wise, what's got faster, what's got as technology improves, right? I remember there was a big deal about it because it had the SCSI interface, and the product that came before it was all floppy disk based, or what was the other thing that they used to use? Was it zip drive?
Cartridges.
Zip drive.
They have a cartridge.
Zip drives.
I think it was a zip drive.
Yeah.
Zip
drive, jazz drive.
And the problem was some of these, they wanted to play them on stage, right? The problem was that they just took forever to go. If you wanted to change a patch or a sample or something, it took forever. And they brought this new SCSI stuff out, and it was like, bang, you would get your sample loaded straight away. And that was the cool thing about them. And it's kind of funny, we talk about it now like as if it's like this ancient technology. It's not really that old.
Yeah. It
was like late 90s. Not that old.
Well, the problem with SCSI was the voodoo, right? Because there was often a chaining order.
Yeah.
No rhyme or reason. Yeah. Oh, now this drive can chain off this one. Oh, wait, that can't chain off that. And
Yeah, and then something had to terminate and other things didn't terminate. And
so you had to buy an active terminator. APS made this active terminator, took all my problems away.
Yeah, just a little thing that goes on the end of the cable.
It was like $80, and it solved all problems I ever had. So
yeah. I mean, in the days when I used to do data center work, it was SCSI everywhere, and so we had them. I've actually still got my tool bag sitting there in the corner.
Ultra 320, Ultra 160, all that stuff.
I bet you if I open it, I bet you there's a SCSI terminator in there. Still in there.
10,000 RPM drives. Yeah.
Yep. Crimping kit to make ribbon cables. Everything's in there.
Yeah, it's funny how people retrofit those.
Oh.
All right, Sean. Cheers,
you guys
man.
have a good night. Yeah.
Bye-bye. I'll put us back onto the 4. So, Steve, go ahead.
I was going to say, I've just lost my train of thought there. Sorry. Well, sort of when you have the USB drives in place of the floppy disk drives for some devices, the Cytec stuff that goes in retrofits, that still operates slow. And I'm thinking of all the design constraints. And the funniest one is actually on the Memetron rack. When you have a Memetron, which is a Mellotron Rompler, effectively, everything comes off a little card that you buy to go in it, and all the samples are loaded. And the Germans have this meticulous nature of saying, we will emulate exactly what you do with the Mellotron to change sounds. So you have the analog equivalent, which is to put your tape in. Then you've got to actually load up the sound set as if you were loading a new rack of tapes for the Memetron every time. And it takes a long time to do, and you can't use the device as readily live to change sounds quickly because it doesn't snap in like we're used to. It takes a while to load off the card at some precision, meticulous rate that is very, very slow. So it's amazing these design constraints that arrive on these devices, which are otherwise magnificent to use, but they've all got their little quirks and foibles.
Well, even with the Fairlight, I think because Fairlight was basically, there was hard drives, and that part of it was pretty quick. I don't think there would have been any really sort of delay with that. But if you use the floppy, like, because a lot of people did that.
8-inch floppies.
Yeah. That you could, I just remember the spinning up of the floppy drive and the click, 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 and the zzz, zzz, zzz. I just remember all those sounds. And
It's like the Apple II.
Yeah. And that was the life of using the Fairlight. And you didn't really notice it. It was kind of like, okay, I'm going to go and load a sound or a sample or a patch.
I was once offered a synclavier. I drove all these miles to go and see it. And it was set up in a guy's house, and he had the disk drive and computer unit, which was about the size of a small fridge.
Yeah.
And he turned it on, and it took about 10 minutes to get to the boot up sequence.
It was a 12U. I think it was a 12U chassis, 19-inch 12U chassis, I'm pretty sure.
And it was heavy. It was freaking heavy. So, it was beautiful sounds on the thing, but it just sort of, the reality didn't meet with the expectation.
They were a complete nightmare to program. I'm sure you've seen the interface on that, but they sounded amazing. Like, if you had the patience of a saint to program it, they actually sounded amazing. And still to this day, I kind of feel like there's some genius in the way that thing was built, even to this day. Like, if you were to take some, like the methodology of the partials, for example, that is actually quite genius. I think Roland kind of stole a bit of that idea with the LA synthesis, right? So it's quite genius. And even today, when you want to sort of recreate a sound in the real world, you do need to layer different sounds on top of each other to recreate something.
Well, Camel Audio, before Apple just snarfed them up, had this really cool program called Chameleon 5000. And it was basically, you could load in sounds. You could even convert, just like I forgot the name of that program on the an old Mac and Windows program that you can convert images to sounds as well. It would actually read XY data from an image, convert it to partials and amplitudes. And then you could go in and stack 4 partials and amplitudes in this little kind of XY pad thing.
It was additive,
but it wasn't just. It was additive, and you could edit every partial that represented. So you see bar graphs, and you go into the editor, you can slide up all the different individual bar graphs for the partials for the sound you're working on.
Yeah.
And then you go down to the little XY area, and it was similar to the couple other sound effects programs in the past, where you could draw Bezier curves in there. So you could draw like a daisy pattern, you could draw a spiral, and it would do this kind of looping function to go between all these different shapes. So you really complex shapes because you're morphing between the different layers, 4 different layers, and the layers themselves are very complicated.
I remember this.
Sound amazing.
Yeah, I actually think I had this. I remember.
I still have it. It's amazing. I just don't use it that much.
That interface there definitely brings me back. I've definitely had this.
Yeah.
And do you remember how it had the easy? And no one ever used the easy because it was completely useless.
There was a product called Hyperprism for a while that had a similar thing with the XY pad with the Bezier curves. And it was more for doing kind of like Camel Space did, where you're taking an X and a Y, 2 different parameters of an effect, like cutoff and resonance or whatever. And you could, same thing, you could have the head go through these little shapes and stuff. It was very cool.
It suffered from aliasing. That was its problem, because obviously computers.
That could be an effect too.
So. Well, yeah, that's the digital sort of in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mind it. Like we were joking around on Saturday about that module that guy brought out that was basically, bringing tape noise back to us.
Oh yeah, that got really noisy.
But there's people that love that digitized stuff that was around in the 80s and 90s because the computer chips just didn't have the power to render things correctly. What's that, Steve?
The Strymon bringing tape noise back.
Oh, the El Capitan. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, no, they're good things. No, look, it's funny how we forget that Jean-Michel Jarre, we've become full circle. He used to put the white noise and the pink noise and the waves at the front of his tracks because his signal to noise ratio was so poor when he's recording that he had to mask the background hiss somehow, and that was his way of handling it. So, and then people bring back all these modules to do these things. All the stuff we were trying to get rid of in 1984 is now becoming popular again.
And then there'll be another generation of trying to get rid of it. I was playing around with the two noise modules earlier. Andy, you probably weren't there.
I missed it.
We were just talking about the digital side of noise because the guy that was on before, he was showing one of the modules that he likes, and it was all different types of noises: pink, white, blah 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 blah.
I have one of those.
Euro
Harmonix something or other, and it has white, pink, red, purple, and blue noise.
It's steady state fate.
Steady state fate. That's it.
That's the exact module he's got. Yeah,
and it gives you two of each, so you can actually have without using
two outputs of each. Yeah.
A mult, you can actually, because the new one only has one of each.
The new one is only 3 HP, I think, though. But the
so
old
I like
one was
they
about
had two,
8
because you don't
HP.
have to use mults to do it, and had sent it to different places. And it's cool. I've used it a lot when I first got it.
Yeah. K5's just joined us. KV5.
I'm going to bid you farewell at this stage, gents. Have a good afternoon or evening.
Yeah, Steve.
Morning. Good to see you. Finally, good to get the software working.
I didn't do anything, but it's working.
No,
I mean, it's the same rev. You didn't change anything. It works.
Didn't touch anything. I just
What?
and I even restarted the computer. Yeah, we talked about this before. Even restarted the computer in the middle of that stream on Saturday, and it still didn't make any difference. But I started it up this morning. Maybe it's because I didn't turn my computer on all day Sunday. I literally I didn't come into this room on Sunday because we had stuff on. Maybe it's the day of rest. It's better again. It had a nap.
Anyway, have fun, gents. We'll catch you
Thanks,
next
Steve.
time. Cheers.
All the best,
Bye
matey. See ya.
Cheers. Bye now.
Yeah, I actually have to bolt pretty soon because I got to get this demo.
Yeah, I think we might
set up for, and then I got to go eat. So
I think we might end it here. I'm probably going to go and grab a bite because it's lunchtime here, or after lunch even. Yeah. It's good. I'm happy. It's working. And like I have no idea what those settings were that I'll show you because I showed the other guys. But
so it was a vMix upgrade, and that's what made it freak out, or was that just coincidental?
I think it freaked out. That's what I think. But these are the settings that I get on each of the cool in the vMix console, and I get this audio source isolated mix and share. I was talking about it on the night, and I had no idea what I'd set it to, and I tried them all with all those guys, Andy and Garrett, and none of it seemed to work anyway. So no matter what I did, it was crap, right? But what I've noticed today is that with you guys coming in, I haven't had to touch it, and I looked like, for example, I'm looking at yours, right click audio source, and yours is sitting on isolated, and it's working fine. So I'm just not going to touch it. And I don't think I touched anything wrong, per se. So I don't know. It's weird, but yeah, I'll take it.
The computer equivalent of a bad touch.
Yeah, that's it. So what do we got here? I'm always trying to work out which one you're coming in on. That one. You're definitely not that. So you're not that. Are you this? You're not that. Because you're not the background. Are you the third one in? This is really bad. You're not the third one in. Are you the fourth one in? Hey, you're that one. Geez, that's terrible.
Well, it's the order you come in, right? So I came in later. So it'll be number 4.
I don't usually touch this 2-up thing because I use it as a button thing on my controller, and it automatically assigns.
Oh, the APC thing?
Yeah, it automatically. So I don't usually touch it. So as I back out of this, I won't worry about it.
Hey, good news, I actually figured out my hum problem that I've been having for a while. Turns out one of the, I'm not sure if it's the sound module, the effects module, what was it, the Lexicon Vortex being noisy, or if it's the leads going to or having some issues. So finally I just took it out of the circuit of my send return, because this thing does was it 5, 6, 7? I think 7 send returns. At least 5.
Yeah. Was it one of them?
Yeah, it was one of them. I don't think it's the channel. I think it's something with the cable or with the thing. So finally, it was driving me crazy because I turned everything off, and I've I even re-deoxided all the cables the other day, and it made it a little bit better, but there's still some nagging thing. And I checked all the pots. Everything was potted down that didn't need to be on. And finally, I'm going to start unplugging stuff. And then I unplugged. And that was the only thing I hadn't touched last time, was the effects channels. And sure enough, it's some stupid lead or something else.
Just a dodgy lead.
Drove me crazy. Yeah, it's just like, because this thing used to be so quiet, and now it's quiet again.
Yeah.
Although you're not hearing it now because I'm on this headset mic. But when I do the demo in a bit, I'm going to be using my mixer again, and it's all clean like it's supposed to be.
I had this guy years ago tell me, and I used to hate this comment, like it, because when you're young and you're poor, you don't have money, these sort of comments, they really frustrate you. He used to say to me, when you're buying gear, always get multiples of the same thing, especially especially if you're like well, I'll talk about it from an IT point of view.
Like it's action figures or something, right? So
if you're buying hard drives, get the same batch, buy hard drives from the same batch. Because then if they all die, they're all going to die together, and you might as well get them all replaced under warranty. And then I used to form the opposite opinion, like always get stuff from different batches, because if something's going to die,
because that's more like when you do like parallel power strips. You want to have 2 different sources.
Yeah. So I used to use that theory when I used to buy audio cables. I used to buy it from different manufacturers. I'd buy So if I needed 3 cables, I wouldn't just get 3 of the same brand. I would get 3 different manufacturers. And then if I had a problem with one of them, I'm not going to be out with all 3. I'm going to be only out with the one that I had a problem with, and then I just take it back to the store. But in your case, you actually would have been more benefited from having 3 or 5 cables in your return bus from the same manufacturer.
Well, my problem is, because the amount of cables I have, I can't afford to go crazy. So I just bought everything Hosa pretty much, right?
Yeah, same.
It's Guitar Center's brand. It's super easy to,
Yeah.
And very rarely do I have any problems with them at all. So this, I don't know what this was. The weird thing about this is the effects send is a stereo TRS, right? The return is left and right TS. I guess because they ran out of space in the back or something. So because of that, all my sends have to use a stupid, 1/4-inch TRS to 2 TSs, which is I use for some other gear, but not usually for mixers, right? So so I had to find long ones of that go far enough to where I need to get them to go. And so it's possible I just grabbed a cable at one point to make that last FX module work. That was just a beaten up cable,
Yeah.
Because in general, I don't have the problems. All the other channels are super clean.
Well, then you just forget, don't you? Like sometimes you have a dodgy cable, you put it away without remembering that it's dodgy. We do that.
But I have had oxidation. I mean, a jam I did with my friend a long time ago. One of the best things we ever made. It just kept evolving. It was all this beautiful arpeggiators and filters, and we were just on fire that night. Just one of those lucky nights, because it was all improvisation, and we couldn't tell when we were listening to it in the room on speakers. and then played back the recording just to a stereo recorder. And everything is great. To one point, it goes. I'm like, oh no, what the hell is that? And I went to, and it was that Juno 6 I got from the guy for free. It was in storage forever. It was like mint condition, like right off the shelf. But the ports had oxidized. Yeah. Right? Just sitting there. And I didn't notice it right away because the metal contacts were fine when I first plugged it in. But just sitting there, either the cables moved a little bit or the contact was still kind of dodgy. And if I had just made sure that was clean, that whole recording would have been perfect. We only got about 4 minutes of an 8-minute recording that are decent. And just when it was getting really good, I'm like, oh, man. Yeah. So I'm always really careful now about stupid ports and cables and oxidation and stuff because I don't want something improvisational live to get screwed up because it'll never come back. You know?
It reminds me of that meme that you see floating around quite a lot where you're jamming in your studio, right? And you're playing and you think, wow, this sounds really cool. And then, so you go back to your DAW and you press record and then you start jamming again and you sound like a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
Wait, what's with that? That happens to all of us, right? What is with that?
It's the pressure, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that's why they always, the adage is always, just keep recording the whole time and don't even think about it.
Yeah.
And just do what you're going to do and then later on snip it out if you can.
Yeah.
But it's not always practical to do that. So
No.
But with digital stuff, yeah, you could run for hours, and now you have to go through all your stuff, and that's the not so fun part. Is
the editing,
finding things and chop it, and that pressure. Because I practice for these hardware jams, because I do it in a take, right? I mean, there's obviously some sequence stuff. I can't do everything with 2 hands and just so many pads. Can't do everything. You have to sequence some of it. But some of it has to be live, so I practice that live part several times before I do it. And often the first take, I totally screw it up, and I just practiced that. It was perfect. Same kind of thing. So.
Frustrations. Yeah. I was just thinking, when I did some of the YouTube videos earlier days, and I didn't have quite the gear that I have now with the cameras and stuff. So I would like to do the multicam stuff. I would have all these cameras recording onto their own respective little SD cards sitting in them.
Oh, wow.
And there'd be in some cases it might have been a couple of hours worth of footage just to do a 5-minute video, and you'd have to just go through there and sift through it all, and it was just a nightmare.
You know what's cool though? I don't know if you ever tried this, but I discovered this maybe 5 years ago after using Premiere forever, and it's like I just discovered that there's a multicam hack for it.
Yep.
Where you can line them all up, and you act like the director. It's basically switching between all the different clips in a live setting. So you're actually putting down markers live.
Yeah.
And then you go quickly snip those up, or have it record it that way. Well, either way, and save so much time.
Yeah. There's
crazy.
The multicam stuff in Premiere is pretty good, and there's also if you use DaVinci, there's also a little thing in there that helps you with that as well. It's kind of different, but it works the same. It gives you the same.
I would
result.
expect DaVinci to be fancier because it's more modern, but
yeah,
I'm just so comfortable with Premiere. I've been using Premiere since version 2.
Yeah, same.
1991 or whatever the hell it was. So it's just I'm so comfortable with the interface. I just stick with it.
I've got DaVinci, and I probably use it 1 out of 10 times to Premiere. So and generally speaking, it's only when I've got the ATEM stuff because I've got the ISO ATEM product here.
Sure, yeah.
And so all the channels on the ATEM pump out their own individual, and you do get the master mix as well. So you get say a 4 input ATEM, you'll get 5 videos out of it.
Nice.
And then you suck it straight into DaVinci.
But you said that wasn't working.
No, it works. It works fine.
It does work. Okay. Yeah. Because I asked you about that a while ago. You said you don't use that feature. It doesn't work very well.
I revisited it. I don't know how long ago. A while ago now. Probably after you told me. Probably.
Yeah. Because that's a cool thing of the product. I just don't want to spend the extra money.
Yeah.
But it would be nice to have that, for certain special setups.
Look at Future World Machines getting up at 6 a.m. in Ireland. Good on you, mate. It's Monday morning. Have you had your coffee with a bit of Irish cream in it? That'd be awesome. Be nice. First thing Monday morning.
You know, speaking of ATEM, I hadn't used the software editor because I noticed my view meter was pegging on this thing. I go, it shouldn't be that hot.
Yeah.
What happened? And I had to go get the software controller thing again. And I had saved a preset, like the static preset into the box, system state, whatever they call it.
Yeah.
With all my last settings. So the volume should have been right. Wasn't. It was way off. And so I went, okay, I'll just redo it. And let me go download the editor. They bundle inside this stupid thing that has the weirdest name. You can't go on the website and just get that tool. You have to know. So I had to go to the forum. Oh, download this. Oh, okay, that's it. But why are they so nerdy?
It's weird, isn't it? They've got this weird website where it's kind of like, you've got to select the product, then it gets a drop down, and then you download this weird thing, and it really doesn't make sense.
It's super nerdy, and it's like for something that's supposed to be easy to use, like this box. I know the average person is like, "What the hell do I do now?" You know.
Exactly.
One guy even the forum post I read was hilarious because a bunch of people say, "What do I do?" And he goes, "Just go download this thing. I know it's weird. Just go get it. It's fine." And then like several posts down from like 6 months later, some goes, "I still don't know where to download. Where do I do?" It's like, dude, just read the thread and go look for it. It's not that hard. But without that help, it's really bizarre because they do lump everything onto a download page. And just give it a super weird generic name.
Once you've used it though, you kind of you're on.
Yeah, but I literally haven't downloaded it since I bought this 2 years ago, and so I completely forgot what I did. And this computer's different now, so I was kind of screwed.
What I wish Blackmagic will do, and they won't do it because it's a business, right? But their camera control stuff that's in these ATEMs. Is it only works with their little Blackmagic cameras?
Their stuff, yeah.
And I just wish they would like open up the protocol to maybe the Sony Visco, or there's a few others that are out there.
Is SCOM is another one?
Yeah. Even just the Sony Visco, because that's quite widely used across a lot of the different manufacturers. And I'd be able to use my PTZ then inside my ATEM. That'd be actually really, really cool. Yeah. But anyway, no big deal. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, the software is very good actually. And it's cool. It has the Fairlight stuff in there and all that. So
that is actually insane. The Fairlight stuff, the audio.
Yeah,
like the whole. We should probably show that on the show one day. The whole audio side of it.
It's nuts. I was like, this is all included.
Yeah.
You know, I just need to have the right stuff to address it. Like you said, the cameras. I don't have those cameras. And I don't have all the bells and whistles turned on. I had one trouble one time. I tried streaming from the box once.
I'm streaming from it right now. Fun.
Yeah, but I couldn't do. There was something I wanted to do with it that I can do normally through YouTube. I forgot what it is. There was some other feature I wanted to do, and it wouldn't let me from the box.
Don't forget, YouTube has two different types of streaming, right? So they have the on-demand streaming, where you literally go, I'm streaming, and you press a button and it literally streams. You don't have to do anything. And then there's the other one where you schedule a stream, and you put the different streaming key in. Even when you press on air on your ATEM, it still won't stream until you actually click on the thing on the website.
Right. Okay. Right.
So you might be stuck in that one.
Could be. I still have that weird thing. I still can't find a decent link of it anywhere. Every time I do a live stream from the app on the phone, and I've turned all the features on that I want and disabled some stuff I don't like, that stupid hearts thing that comes up now, and the fact that it's locked into horizontal, a vertical instead of horizontal, so it's not landscape by default because they're trying to go after the TikTok folks. So I fix all that. Everything is great when I launch it, but every time I finish the stream, it ends up being a private stream, and I didn't tell it to do that anywhere. And I can't find a setting for that. The YouTube app is very sparse. I went tunneled through all the settings, and every time
it may be actually in your desktop version studio that you've got to go in and set that.
I guess because it's not anywhere else, and I never turned that on unless that's a default.
Yeah, I'm just
Because the whole point of doing a stream is I want it to stay public. I made it public, keep it public. Don't make it private once I'm finished.
There's a
Because then I have to wait
visibility.
till I get home and turn it on.
Yeah, there's a visibility thing. Literally the third option down under details of settings. So that's on the website version. I don't think it's on. It might not. The app is really cut down. Like there's things you just can't.
You know,
do
it's
on it.
so cut down, it blocks the camera. So if this is my only, I don't have a watch. If I'm streaming, I have no idea what time it is. It blocks the damn camera on the phone.
Yeah.
I mean, the clock.
The clock, yeah.
Blocks the clock. And so I have no idea. So I have to ask. I'm walking around doing my stream. Go, excuse me, what time is it? I feel like an idiot because I'm with this camera, this phone. But I can't see the clock. Sorry. You have a watch?
Do you just not like wearing them? Is that why you don't have a watch?
I'm going to get one now. I'll eventually get an Apple Watch just because there's some new features I actually like on them now that I didn't want before.
Yeah, they're good.
So I'll get one eventually.
My wife actually told me to get one because I used to have just a standard analog tag Heuer watch before.
Oh, I was a gadget watch man. I have a whole bunch from Japan when I went there.
Yeah,
I used to wear all of talking watches and diver watches, and I had a Dick Tracy watch as an FM microphone, so you can talk over a radio blank spot. And I had one has a built-in lighter.
so I had this tag. I've still got it. It's in the drawer. But then one day, because I'm a geek like you and IT and I love that stuff, so I bought the Samsung Galaxy watch. And
oh yeah,
and I think I've still got it in here actually in the drawer. Yeah, it's still here. The thing is just like it's crap.
I don't like. I'm not a big fan of the OS anyway.
I don't know where it's going. It's in the drawer here somewhere. And yeah, so here it is. This one. This is the one I had.
Yeah. Okay, the round one. Right.
Yeah, I don't know what model that is, but you guys will recognize. Those who know Samsung gear will recognize that. It just wasn't that good. Like it I don't know. Like it didn't. And then so my wife goes, "Oh, just get the Apple one." And
for all the crap Apple gets,
brilliant.
The phones are great, and the watches are great, and the iPads are great. They do a very good job on it.
Yeah.
Like I used a Galaxy Tab several times, different revs, and the touch stinks on it. Right?
Yep.
It's better than it used to be, but it's just not. They just don't have it dialed in. And the same with the Surface Pro. It doesn't. The touch isn't as good.
Because Apple have
so
patented. They've patented their touch system.
They also give a shit. Right? They spend a lot of time on this stuff. I mean, it started with Steve Jobs being proud of the stuff, right? He wanted to have something he would use, and so he drove people nuts to make things with his exacting standards, right? And so much so he was like a nuisance, like harassing people.
They hated him, but I like it because like he needed to work for Roland. Like we were talking about it before, because he would not allow a product to go out unless it was finished.
Sure.
And he used to rage at people if they released things and there were bugs and those things went public. He used to absolutely rage at them, like throw things at them in the office and stuff. Like he would go nuts. That's why
name calling.
all
kinds of.
But I understand why, because it's bad rep.
You see Andy Hertzfeld, his articles and books he's written and stuff. He hates that guy, man.
Oh, they were mortal enemies, those guys. But yeah, but I still think like, maybe take the rage and nastiness out. If you have that ability to be, have that quality sense in your production. Do you know what I mean? Like even if we were doing it, talking about music, we'd probably never release tracks if we had it. To be fair,
well, because you have only so much time. If you doctor stuff too much, it's got to be just perfect. You'll never get anything done. Yeah,
and it probably would be frustrating from an engineering point of view / to a production and profit point of view, right? Because engineers, their views would be this, designers would be this, accountants would be that, shareholders would be that. None of them are agreeing with each other. But I guess at the end of the day, if someone said to you, well, how much do you want to be paid? They'd probably be they'd come to some sort of middle ground there, right? Where the fruit is your wage or your salary. That's the fruit of your labor. So
I kind of feel Tesla stuff kills me because the QC sucks, right?
It's bad.
and their UI sucks.
Do you have
I
a
mean,
Tesla?
they had a recall because the font was too small on some safety features on the big touchscreen.
Do you have one? Do you?
It's like you can't. No.
Oh, okay.
I'm never buying any Tesla anything. I hate the guy. I don't like the tech. I don't like the look of the cars. Plus, I'm not. A hybrid makes more sense to me than a full electric. It doesn't really make sense at this point.
My car's a diesel.
Or I still drive a gas car. But I'm just saying, if you want to jump into that realm, I would say your bases are covered with a hybrid much better, much further distance.
I think that's what I'll get next. There's two different types of hybrids too. You got to be careful too. There's the one which so basically the way I understand it is you've got a hybrid that charges the battery as you drive it, right?
Yeah.
And then you can switch over to fuel if you want to. And then when you do switch over to fuel, it charges the battery from the engine. And that's probably the one I'll go for. And then there's the other one where I think the battery
goes back and forth.
the battery doesn't have as much charge in it. It's a smaller battery, but they have more of a power feature in them. So they're using it, like the Formula One cars, how they've got the electric power boost. So this is how some of these smaller cars are getting really powerful, because they're using the hybrid battery technology to bring kilowatts into the powertrain to give those cars the oomph that they need. But you don't necessarily get the longevity of the battery. And so this is the way I've been explained it. If you're someone who drives a lot of miles, you probably want to go with a hybrid that has the longer battery charge, and then you can switch across to petrol, because you're not going to get stranded somewhere, right? But if you're someone that just takes the kids to school, or you've got a short run to work, or you want to probably go for the other one, because you're less likely to even touch the petrol fuel,
Well, I drove my dad's Lexus to pick him up at the airport, and it's one of these hybrids that, it's constantly shutting the engine off, shutting the engine back on, going back and forth automatically, right? And it's like, how good is that for the engine? I know they've done the tests and stuff, but you're in the old days, just a typical car, you're not supposed to constantly it's hard on the engine to start and stopping constantly, right?
Yeah.
Like you'd leave the car running instead of turning it off. If you had to do several trips in a day, and you maybe pull the car over, put it in park, leave it running instead of turning it off and turn it back on just to go somewhere. But these things are constantly turning on and off all through the trip. You're sitting at a light, all of a sudden you feel the engine kind of turn off, and then you're back on electric. And then as you start up again, it goes, ignition comes on again. It's just like that. The wear and tear has got to be insane on those things. But a lot of those cars work that way. I guess it works. But I just thought it was an odd design thing when that's supposed to be more.
I kind of think it's odd too. Or I think it's probably because they're not. There could be laws. There could be sort of engineering standards and laws that stop them from doing some of the things that they want to do. This is just for Q, by the way, who's in chat. There's the snoring dog right there, live cam.
That's funny.
She's literally snoring her head off right there. That's Bonnie, by the way, guys. God, listen to her go.
Another thing I don't like about these cars, and Tesla's not the only one. A lot of them have these big screens now, and things are active on the screen. They're taking all your physical controls away. So all of your sliders, all of your knobs, your dials, your push buttons and stuff, everything's going on the stupid screen. Well, that's not safe when you're driving. Just like you're not supposed to watch TV while you're driving. Having to go look at some screen while you're doing something it's got to be a hazard, right? Yeah. And when the screen starts malfunctioning or something, you're screwed. There's no physical control to just turn the vent down and move the vanes to make the air blow a different way. It's all automatic in these cars with the little touchscreen thing to move this automated kind of a gyro thing or whatever. It's like, how stupid is that? I like the physical things, right?
So I've got a BMW, and in my car, there's cameras everywhere on this car.
Yeah.
So and it even has AI with the way it uses the cameras. So you can open up this view when you're reversing, and you can actually see a 360-degree view of your car as you're reversing.
Yeah.
However,
some stitching thing, right? So it cuts out.
Yeah.
the obstructions. Yeah.
So there's two cameras in the mirrors. So, you know, the driver mirrors and the passenger mirrors. There's a camera in the reverse and there's a camera at the front. So there's like 4 cameras, right? And those cameras are kind of fisheye based. The thing that doesn't do, which just scratches my head, right, is by default, those cameras aren't constantly recording and saving to a little hard drive on the car. The cars do have storage in them, like data storage. Yeah. If you want it to, you know how we all have now dash cams, right, in our car. Mm-hmm. If you want it to be a dash cam, you can, but you have to buy an app from the BMW App Store. Now, it's the most shittiest of dash cam apps you'd ever have in your life. So if you have an accident, right? I mean, look, my wife, she's got a Blackview dash cam, so I put it in there, and they're amazing, right? Yeah. If you have an accident in her car, it automatically says recording incident, bang, you know. And even if you close the back hatch too hard, it'll say recording incident because it thinks you've had a rear end.
Oh, you get hit. Yeah.
So with mine, if I have an accident in my car, which I have had, not my fault, some guy just forgot to stop at a stop sign behind me, even though I was already stopped. And this car smashed into the back of me. It wasn't really any damage or anything like that. But it didn't record any of the accident. And because I was like pissed off at this guy, and I was like, don't you look what you're doing? I forgot to press the button on the thing to record it. So I never got this recording of this guy hitting me. Luckily for me, I took his details down and everything, so that was fine. But I would have literally had the whole thing with him on his phone, because I saw him in my rear vision mirror where he was on his, like, he was
coming. Oh yeah.
He was like this. Not looking
at the best, right? Yeah. And then when it's like terrified look when he hits the car.
Yeah, it was like this.
I had a lady hit me once, way before all this tech was available. I was in a 73 Chevy Impala, big old boat, steel, just, heavy duty thing. She hit me so hard from behind, stopped at a red light for a left turn. And I just saw it in my mirror. I go, oh, here she's coming. She's not stopping. And she's looking straight ahead. There's no phone. It's like, do you not know how to stop? And I just, oh, here we go. I did what you're not supposed to do. I kind of braced for it because I knew it was coming.
Yeah.
And she hit me so hard and knocked me into the vehicle. I had to brake slam down as hard as possible. She hit me into the truck in front of me, who had a big winch on the back. I thought, oh, great.
That's that was my car look like. Yeah.
I get on the back. After I screamed at her a bunch, you idiot, what the hell are you doing? Pay attention. I saw you looking. You're not distracted. Oh, I'm sorry. And it's like, you were looking straight ahead. What are you doing? Right? And I look in the back and go, oh, I got nothing. No dents at all. Right?
Yeah.
I look in the front of the bumper, because there's metal bumpers. I look in the front of the bumper, and I got the tiniest little dimple where his winch hit my car.
Yeah.
So I had 0 damage. I go, I'm good. You guys all good? I'm not going to report
Let's go home. Yeah. Don't involve the insurance companies. Yep.
But I saw it was like this little horror movie. I go, oh, she's gonna hit me.
Yeah, don't you?
She's looking
like
right
that guy
at
that hit me. Same thing.
Me.
It was exactly the same.
No, he was distracted by a phone. She's looking the whole time. She was looking straight ahead, with like this kind of like.
Oh, she was off with the fairies. She
I guess, but
yeah.
I wanted to throw a drink of water in her face or something.
Yeah, I felt sorry for that guy, like, because I'm not a small guy, and I came out of the car, 6 foot of me, right, raging, like, what the hell are you doing? You're on your phone. Oh, I'm so sorry, man. I'm so sorry. And, like, she's trying to diffuse it, and I'm like, it's cool, man. Don't worry about it. I'm insured. Are you insured? He goes, yeah, I'm insured. I said, look, let's have a look at the damage. It was a tiny little scratch on my bumper.
Yeah.
And I just said, look, I'm not even going to worry about this, man. Like, it shits me. But I got out the little touch-up pen that I bought when I bought the car, and I just went with the touch-up pen, and if you really looked at it, like, you could see it where he's hit if you really looked. But when you sell these cars, they're gonna have a few little trolley dings in the door, and
parking lot stuff that you don't see and all that.
It's life,
But I never had cars that had the built-in cameras, but I bought these like Chinese GoPro knockoffs for traveling to Yosemite and recording just footage, right?
Yeah. So
I have a front and a back just to get some beautiful shots for B-roll. for things, and they were cheap, and I had them set up for a while, and then if I'm parked somewhere sketchy, I would take them off and hide them, and I just stopped using them after a while. But that was my solution for a while, was just get $60 GoPros basically, and there's a little remote app, so I can just launch it with a little remote. And
I got the Blackview because the software implementation was so good. So when you pay a little bit more for them than what you'd pay for a GoPro, right? Yeah. And the cameras on them are about the same qual, so I wasn't worried about that. But the software implementation on it was so good because when it saves everything to SD card. You can also save to the cloud if you want, if you've got like a Wi-Fi connection through your car. But I don't worry about that sort of shit, so I just save to the SD card. When you download the stuff off the SD card, you can it actually brings in through the app, and the app's free, all the long lap of where all the incidents are and where you're driving. So you can actually path your trip on a map, and it plots it for you because it's got all the long lap GPS data. Yeah, it's brilliant, and it will flag all the incidents that it thinks it needs to flag. So you get all these little sort of meta sort of tagging on all the video frames as well. And so I'll check out my wife's one every now and then. And like there was one where a rock had flicked up from a back of a truck that was driving quite a long way in front of her, and it's hit the front of her car, and it flagged it. Even a rock hitting the car, it's literally flagged it. Yeah, I was really impressed. And this is just
that's cool.
Like it's probably what 300, 250 US for this thing, dash cam. It's not that bad. It's pretty cheap, and you just mount it near the mirror. Your rear vision mirror. You just mount it on there. And I got the wired one because you can get the wireless ones now, and they're probably more expensive and everything, but
it's one more thing to go wrong. Yeah,
it's just one more thing to go wrong. I got the wired one, and I just literally just ran. You just lift up the rubber around your windscreen. It's really easy. It took me 5 minutes to put it in. The funny thing is, though, every time she turns her car on, she gets this little Korean lady saying stuff to you.
Oh yeah,
little Korean voice. With really bad English. It always cracks us up. We always mimic it in the car. Yeah.
Well, there's a famous it started out normally, but it became a prank call after a while. This guy was trying to get a clock fixed, and and he's describing it. You can imagine where I'm going with this.
Oh yeah.
And he's talking about he's had this black clock he needs to be fixed, and she's repeating back, and it's the funniest thing ever. And she's just being innocent, just pronounce it the way she has to pronounce it, and it's it's a rather X-rated phone call. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can imagine, man. A black clock. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. And he keeps repeating it. No, it's she said yes. And he's okay, all right, that's how you say it then. He's trying to say clock. But every time she says it, it's not that at all. So
it's something else. Something that you're watching on
it's very
on YouTube.
Funny. Yeah.
We've got this really nice little sort of pastry thing that we eat in Australia, and I think you can get them in New York now. But I don't know if it's filtered over your way yet, Andy. They're called sausage rolls, and basically what they are, like a sort of a savoury pastry.
It's like a bagel dog, right?
Like a bagel dog, but it uses the savoury pastry that you'd have on a meat pie or that sort of thing. And inside is kind of like this, like a sausage meat mixed with breadcrumb. It's quite, and sometimes
it's like a pierogi.
Yeah, a bit of onion in there maybe. It's really like quite well done. Anyway, nice and peppery and that sort of stuff. And you buy it with ketchup. That's what you do. Anyway, so I'm at my dad's. This is years ago when I was young. I'm at my dad's workplace, right? And he goes, "Hey son, what are you going to get for lunch?" And I went, "Oh, I don't know, Dad. What's around here?" And he goes, "Oh, you got to go down to the Vietnamese takeaway shop." And I went, "Why is that?" And he goes, "Just go down there and ask for a sausage roll."
Yeah.
And he goes, they're the best. And he was literally setting me up, my dad.
Sure,
So
sure.
I'm going down there, and I go to the front counter, and the really over enthusiastic girl behind the counter, she's like, I'm not going to do the accent, but I'll just do it in my accent. She's like,
sure.
Hi, how are you today? What would you like? You know, like but really, really bad English, so you can just imagine. Right?
Yeah, sure.
And then I'd say, oh, can I please get a sausage roll with ketchup? We call it sauce here, but yeah, with ketchup. And she goes, Solelo? You want Solelo? I'm like, what? What's a Solelo?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was it. And every time my family ever got a sausage roll, it's like we would literally mimic that whole, that whole, yeah. It's one of those. Yeah, go.
This is true anyway. I mean, when I stayed with a guy in Japan on a youth exchange, basically right out of high school, this trip. I was there for like 3 weeks, and this guy was really funny. He was very he's clearly, born in Japan, still had a heavy accent, but knew a lot of English, a lot of slang and stuff. And he was a very funny guy. And he was telling me one time he went to Japanese go to the Philippines a lot because it's close and it's tropical and it's cheap. And so he's going in there and he's ordering coffee. Well, in Japan, they don't say coffee; they call it kohi. That's the closest they can get.
Yeah, kohi. Right? Yeah.
Kohi with an H, and so okay, so kohi, that's great. He goes, no, but the problem is what it sounded like to the people, either in Tagalog or whatever variant of Filipino language, sounded like slang for female genitalia. So he got slapped. So.
Oh, at least
so you got to be careful, right? You never know what you're saying in other cultures.
I don't know. I don't mind being direct.
Whether it's an accent or something else. So.
In this world, you got to tell people what you want.
Smacked him in the face and thought he was actually asking for that, not being mistaken, right?
Yeah.
So.
Either that, or the lady might have thought her luck had changed.
Well, I did it in the stores there. I met with my little phrase book and some stuff I learned here and there. And I ordered some food at this little place, and then I went to the convenience store next door to get some napkins, right? Well, napkin sounds a lot like a Japanese word napuken, but napuken is a sanitary napkin.
Yeah, like a tampon.
And so the lady looked at me all weird, like, why do you want a napuken, right?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know. Isn't that how you say napkin? It's like, oh shit, I got the wrong word.
Yeah.
So.
We call them serviettes here.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest word. Can I have a serviette? I've never actually liked it. I think word. Yeah, I know it's a French word, but I've never liked it. I much prefer napkin. And you can say napkin.
Weird why would you guys say the French word?
I don't know. But maybe it's more classy. It sounds like you.
It does. Yeah.
Serviette.
When you use it, you have to do this. Wipe the corners of your mouth.
That's it, mate. But not with a napkin. Only with a serviette.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's that's part of the fun of travel, is those little encounters and exchanges and happy accidents and funny learning things and making mistakes. Like I the first time in Japan, I was literally taking books and reading stuff out of the books for the local language, and I said I kept saying this one word for fun, and the guy still pointing. No, that's like a sarcastic. Oh, this is fun, right? Use this word instead, which sounds similar to an outsider, but a totally different meaning.
Yeah.
So after a while, I had all these little scrawled down inside my little book, my actual cheat sheet for the words that I should use versus what the damn book told me.
Well, yeah, I used to live in Malaysia and I used to go to Thailand all the time because I'm literally just up the road, like an hour's drive up the road. And the Thai language, they have so many words in Thai where your vowel pronunciation of the word, if it's slightly different way you roll the A's or the R's or the O's, it means a completely different thing. And I'm trying to think what word it was. That I think it's mania. If you say it slightly different, it means 3 different words, and it becomes quite embarrassing. And one of them is a greeting. It's like, why would you choose that as a greeting when you could literally just screw it up?
So my girlfriend's Chinese, and I've learned a lot more Chinese. I haven't learned that many words and vocabulary and grammar, but I've learned certain things that are interesting. Like there's this thing called the 4 tones. Yeah. And so a word, the exact same word with the 4 pronunciations can be completely different. So like the word ma, like ma, 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 and this. But when they say it, they don't make it that dramatic.
Is she Cantonese?
I go, no, I don't.
She Cantonese?
No, she's from Beijing. She speaks Mandarin.
Mandarin, right?
Yeah, but there's this whole thing, and a guy I met a long time ago before I met her explained some of those to me on the train one time, and like ma is like ma is like your mother or whatever, and like there's, I think it's like ma is like demon or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's like you got to be careful how you pronounce this stuff. It's
calling your mother a demon in the same sentence,
something like that. I'm getting that wrong, but just the 4 tones thing kills me, because when I hear somebody doing it on YouTube, they make it very obvious.
Yeah.
But when she does it, it's so subtle, I don't get it.
I think Max in the chat, and I think he is living in Thailand right now. I think he lives in Chiang Mai.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You said that.
And I don't know, Stephen, if I don't know. I know you're Scottish. Is your Scottish accent quite thick? Like, do you have the Glaswegian, the real thick Scottish accent, or are you kind of Edinburgh? I don't know what sort of. It's probably hard to tell from yourself, I guess. But from like the Thai people trying to understand you speak English may even be a challenge, depending on how thick your Scottish accent is too. Because I remember when I used to go there, and I don't think they even understood Australian that well. Oh, okay. So he's got a Georgie accent, or even Georgie accent could be.
Well, I have to say, when I first started watching you, your Australian accent is very slight from my point of view.
Oh, it is compared to others. Yeah. Probably from where I'm from, but I guess
that's it. Just a region thing, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Just like in the UK with all the different accents, it's like, whoa, you got to travel like 20 miles and go, what the hell accent is this?
Yeah. I mean, there's some Australian accents that I can't actually handle. Like they annoy me because they really elongate some of the vowels.
Well, like Mel Gibson and wrote it 2 days ago. I found I think rigging the hole of that tanker.
Yeah.
Really. Yeah.
It almost like South African. Like it almost sounds.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it's starting to sort of head that way. Yeah. Whereas I think mine is probably more closer to the English accent, like the London English accent, but it's still definitely Australian. There's no way you'd definitely be able to identify it. But like I just remember going there the first time and asking people in Thailand who spoke English. They couldn't understand me because I'm Australian, and I reckon they wouldn't be able to. They'd probably understand the Americans. I think probably just because of Hollywood and stuff, right?
Yeah.
But there were words that I was saying to them, and they weren't understanding me. And I'm like, what? I'm actually telling you the word in English, and
like I said, your accent is not that far off from like American English. I mean, you have a very slight accent, whereas you get like what's the one I'm thinking of? That's really crazy. Like I think it might be a Sydney thing or something. When they say no, they say nar.
Yeah, it's a Sydney.
Like with an R.
Yeah. Oh,
like, where does that R come from?
I can't stand that. Nar.
Where's the R coming from?
Nar.
Because Nicole Kidman talks that way. At least she used to.
There's a famous show. I don't know if the US get it, but it's called Home and Away. They all come from that part of Australia, all from like the North Shore of Sydney, Palm Beach, and it's, no, I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
What? What's wrong with you? Say it properly.
And Road Warrior's full of great accents anyway. I like that. 24 hours? Like the repair guy.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't. I don't know why. I just can't do it. I mean, I could put it on, but I can't. I mean, I could put on an American accent as well, but it's
Sure.
just I just can't talk like that. I don't know why. It just it grates on my nerves because I just think you're just butchering your own language. Really, that's what you're doing. I reckon people do it on purpose to get attention. I reckon they do. I mean,
maybe
there's
over time
words that
it
we
just-
use that I can't stand the fact that I've been forced to learn them, for culture reasons, but I actually hate them. Yeah, what were you saying?
You don't like fair dinkum?
I don't really use it. I probably have rarely. No, I don't really.
Paul
like that
Hogan
one.
basically taught Americans all kinds of crazy shit, right? So
Oh, you guys loved him though. Fair enough. You
he's
loved him.
fun. I mean, it's entertaining, but he obviously was playing that up, right? I mean, he's hamming up that accent.
Son's just messaging me. Yeah, I mean, I think even in America you get different accents too. Like obviously
We
the
get
most
crazy ones.
the most easily identifiable one is the Texas. You've got the Texan
Well,
accent.
that's the thing. There's the whole South, and there are like, I don't know, at least 5 or 6 different variants down in the South.
Well, you got the North,
And you can pinpoint.
South Carolina, that sort of
Yeah.
Southern Belle, that one, and then you've got the Texan. But I even think like I've got a friend who lives in Georgia. They even kind of sound different too there.
Yeah.
And the New Orleans, that sort of accent's even different again.
We even have different accent for like the inner city speech. Like Oakland, you have one style. Atlanta, you have a totally different style. And so even that's different. The inner city speak.
Yeah.
I
I reckon Brooksy would love this. So years ago, when I was doing my first degree, I actually studied social science. Bad decision because I actually couldn't stand it, but there was a few things in there that I actually liked, and I did the couple of the units of linguistics. Linguistics is basically the science of language. You don't actually learn to speak a language,
right?
But you learn the science behind it, and because that's kind of me. I like to nerd out on things, so that's anything science is good, right? So we studied this northern Italian region, and they actually spoke 3 languages. Everybody spoke 3 languages every single day of the week, and so they had to learn 3 languages. They had they spoke Italian because it was close to the border of Germany. They spoke German, and they also spoke their local dialect in their household. So it was different situations that they would speak the different languages. And by the way, this still exists today, so this is not an old thing. And so, for example, if you were walking down the street and you were saying hello to your neighbour, you'd speak Italian. At the house, you'd speak the local village dialect. But if you were at the bank or if you were in court talking to a judge, you would talk in German. So it was interesting that we had to sort of decipher why they chose which language for which sort of scenario, and it was really, really interesting. And
you could get that in like Taiwan because the locals speak a variant called Taiwanese, but then you could also be speaking Mandarin and Cantonese, and it's like holy moly. And people think they're not that different, but Cantonese and Mandarin are really different.
Oh, absolutely. And there's also Hokkien as well, which people that live in Singapore, which is kind of like another subset of Cantonese, right? Another dialect, and it's very, very heavily populated, that language as well. So there's a lot of people that live in my city because we're only like a 3-4 hour flight from there, and so you go around living in my city, and there's heaps of people that speak Hokkien, people speak Cantonese, and heaps of people speak Mandarin. And it's funny because some of them don't understand each other. So, for example, you could be brought up and never learnt Mandarin because you didn't get brought up in a Chinese national country, right? Yeah. And I used to scratch my head at that, and obviously being culturized and understanding it now, but in the day, you'd be like, well, you're Asian and you don't understand Mandarin. I thought that was the default language that all Chinese background people learned.
Only the Chinese controlled areas, yeah. So
Yeah.
like Cantonese, the Hong Kong, they have no choice. They have to learn Mandarin, whether
They
like
had
it
to
or not
learn it
now.
because
So,
that's what the emperor wanted. But some countries were like, there is no way you're learning that because we're anti that whole regime.
Sure.
So they actually, on purpose, didn't let them learn it. And if they did learn it, they learned it on their own volition, sort of thing. Yeah, definitely.
And they purposely don't teach it in even in universities in Beijing and stuff. My girlfriend doesn't know anything about Cantonese at all. It's completely foreign to her, which is a trip, right? Because they use the same characters, a lot of similar sounds. I actually, when I was studying botany and zoology and stuff, and I started getting into like weird fruits and in some of the shops, and some of these Chinese markets, they only had Chinese names.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to look them up in these books, learn, how to relate to other plants.
Yep.
Yeah, and they would have often have both names for them, the Cantonese and the Mandarin, with phonetics there, and you go, oh, so they are kind of similar, but different enough that it would throw somebody off. It's
I mean, you could have a conversation with someone who didn't speak it, but they'd understand parts of it. But yeah, it's a bit like Pidgin English. Like there's countries around Australia that speak Pidgin English, like Papua New Guinea and that. And you can have a conversation with someone in Pidgin English and you don't understand, because it's kind of like a mix between Dutch and English. Yeah. And you get the gist of the conversation, but you don't get the innuendo in it. You just get the gist of it. So you could probably understand what they're asking you, directions, or tell you to get stuffed or whatever. You get an idea. You'll get an idea.
When I went to Madagascar, it was really wild because they have so many different influences there, from Polynesia, Africa, French, because it was a French colony till like the late 60s, and their language is this weird hodgepodge of all these languages. But as an outsider, you can't just look at the words and make sense of them because it's so specialized over time. But they have this habit of building these giant, like the Welsh place names are very long. Yeah. Some of the cities in
the
Wales
big long Welsh names, yeah.
So are the words in Malagasy. They're just this huge, like they basically smash words together and make these giant words.
Yeah, big word sentences. Yeah.
Oh, it's crazy. Just.
I mean, if I was to see, I think your accent is kind of tame compared to a lot of American accents, and I actually
mine should be pretty boring, like vanilla. I imagine mine's very boring.
Yeah, but I actually feel like yours is much more like enjoyable. Like it doesn't annoy me. Whereas there's some American, accents that really kind of grate on you. That's kind of, some of them really over pronunciate words and letters and sounds and vowels, and they,
Yeah, that gets to be too much.
Bit twangy sounding,
But we also have, like there's the Valley Girl accent down in San Fernando Valley, and there's, kind of Hicks, regional country folks in California that sound like they may as well be in a state down south, Well, they have the New York accent and the Boston accent, the Chicago accent.
Or the
Canadian. They're all really crazy.
The country people sound Canadian sometimes, don't they?
Well, the Boston's funny. Boston, Chicago are more similar to the people who came over from England, basically.
Yeah.
They kept some of those characteristics and just kind of honed it down a little bit.
Yeah. Probably the English influence in that. Yeah.
Yeah, so you hear like the Kennedys, like, it's hard, Boston, man, that's kind of kind of a thing.
Yeah. A bit of Italian.
My dad's from Wisconsin, which has a twangy thing.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, they kind of talk like this because it's a Scandinavian thing, right?
Well, I think it's got the Canadian. That's where I thought it was Canadian, because that sort of sounds like,
It's Canadian, but a lot of it's because it's mostly Norwegians there and some Swedish folks.
Right.
It's a very Scandinavian
area
thing when you hear Scandinavian people talk. Because that's why I'm like part Norwegian, part Irish, part whatever, because that weird mix over there. But
I kind of feel like New York, you get two different. I mean, there's probably more, but there's really kind of two major different accents there. There's that real, maybe it's got the Italian sort of influence in it. That sort of accent.
Like Brooklyn is a real heavy, twangy, it's Italian-y kind of thing.
And then you get the Manhattan one, which is almost sounds English.
Yeah.
It's really kind of like very, very subtle American twang in that.
Like Howard Stern is a radio guy here. He's a Jewish guy who grew up in New York, so he has a New York accent.
Yeah.
And so when he says the band Aerosmith, he calls them Arrowsmith, like shooting an arrow.
Right. That's interesting.
He knows it's spelled Aerosmith.
Yeah.
But he calls them Arrowsmith.
But I think
just can't get around that.
Yeah, English people would say Aerosmith. Australians would say Aerosmith.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's saying that. And I mean,
a New York thing.
Yeah. It is a New York thing. It's weird.
Yeah, a lot of weird accents over there. And Chicago's got, the famous, the Bears, that kind of like a.
I don't mind the Chicago accent. I kind of feel like that would probably be like the LA accent's good. The Chicago accent's pretty good. I kind of feel like they're my two favorites. I like the Chicago accent.
And there's also the surfer dialect, the Jeff Spicoli thing.
Yeah.
Fast Times. It's kind of a mixture of a stoner and a hippie.
Yeah.
And some other weird thing.
Yeah, man. That sort of accent, man.
And they have their own vocabulary, like, I'm stoked, man. This got some tasty waves, man.
Yeah, it's cool, dude.
They don't say man, they say man.
Yeah. Like, I don't even know if that's really like an accent. That's just, I think that's
it's an affect.
It's an affect, yeah. It's almost like a mini culture, right?
Like Valley Girl, same thing. Like, oh,
yeah,
for
like
sure.
Valley Girls.
I'm like, so...
Or Jersey, right?
So
like
grody.
the Jersey people, right?
Yeah.
That is bizarre, that Jersey, that phenomenon, isn't it? Because it's like just one tiny little area. It's huge. It's not even huge. It's tiny, and it's like so huge. The accent from it.
It's funny stuff. Yeah. Like I can only imagine people traveling around here and just going, "What the fuck is this?" Is you already think like I have an accent to you, but then you have all these like really bizarre accents all through this country. And so people must have a good old time traveling around going, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, like a Japanese tourist who's literally just got off the plane and learnt, English from
because
YouTube
for the most part, you watch our news and stuff, people are speaking a very similar accent.
Yeah, it's very low key. It's very Englishized. The accent, like a London sort of style.
But then you go into like real places with real neighborhoods and not even backcountry stuff, but just like, whoa, everything's so different.
Well, I mean, like Florida, like they've got that street language in Florida where it's not that you don't understand the words, it's they use these slangs that are just bizarre. Like
Florida's complicated because there's a lot of Cuban influence there.
Yeah.
And Puerto Rican. And other kinds of Hispanics that moved in, mixed with some of the Hicks down there, and they already have like the Cajuns in Louisiana. Originally they were French that came from Canada.
Yep.
Arcadians is it Acadian or Arcadian? I think it's Acadian.
Acadian, yeah.
And that became Cajun. So they already had this patois kind of French.
Yep.
Thing. It just became this really bizarre English down here.
It is. It's kind of like even if you went there, you would have trouble understanding some of their words.
No, totally.
Because they don't
I have some relatives in Louisiana that are hit more Hicks. They, very heavy Southern accent, and I'm used to it to a point. Sometimes I'm like,
but even with the Hicks, they're still saying English words, so I don't actually mind that. But it's just when they use these slangs.
But it's so twangy sometimes, and they say it too fast or whatever, or they leave syllables out.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I think I know what you're getting at, but I don't think I want to know what you're getting at.
Yeah. But
like my girlfriend, she can't watch things without subtitles that are from the UK or regional US. The accent's too much for she can't handle it. I said I'm so used to the British stuff because of Monty Python and movies and stuff, but certain areas in the UK I have to struggle maybe a little bit, like Scottish
Yeah.
Or a really heavy Irish accent can be tough sometimes, or Welsh. But I could still get through it because I'm just exposed to it enough.
Mm.
But even though they're saying the words, she just can't get it. Just
Yeah. I mean,
so if I have a movie without subtitles, she won't watch it most of the time because it's too much.
We've got a lot in my city. We've got a lot of English and Scottish and Irish people that live here because this is the city that has blue skies 80% of the year. So they want to escape from the grey drizzle, and they come and move here and they live here. And some of them have been here for 30 years and they still have really, really thick UK
at a certain age, you're baked. That's it.
Yeah. So. And we get around, like we play a lot of as you know, my kids play soccer, which is over in the UK, it's called football, but in our countries we call it soccer. And a lot of the coaches and a lot of the people that are fanatics are from the UK. And these guys, they're like coaching these kids. And like one of my wife was saying to me the other day, she's going, I can hear that coach over there, but is he talking to them in a different language? And he was like, probably like Mac, he was probably Geordie or I don't know, maybe he was from Liverpool or something. No, it was probably more like, I don't know, maybe it was from Newcastle or something. But it was like a really thick northern sort of English accent. And I could understand every single word he was saying because I've been exposed to it all my life. But she's not. She can't understand anything unless it's given to her with the right accent and the right tone. It literally it won't compute. Like your wife, right? It won't compute.
It's
10-pound poms. That's it, buddy. You know it. You live here.
It's tough. Like I had some coworkers in Scotland, and theirs was pretty mellow, pretty mild accent. So I could pretty much always get exactly what they're saying. But I've talked to other people from Scotland where it's really heavy, and it almost sounds like they're struggling to get it out. It's very kind of guttural, like almost like glottal stops in there and stuff. Whatever the term is, I forgot some of those terminologies from phonetics. But sometimes it's really tough.
Yeah.
But it's fun. It's fun to learn, and it's fun to get exposed to it, and that's why one of the reasons travel is so great. Not just seeing things, hearing things, eating things, but just languages and the first time I was in Japan, I stayed with a couple of families. Literally could not speak English one bit. Couldn't even write it. I enjoyed it. It was actually very funny.
Yeah.
But because we had to sit around laughing. I'm getting a phrase book out. I'm saying, "Is that right?" And they're laughing. And then the girls were in school, obviously, and they were learning English, writing first and reading, speaking second. So if I was really stuck and I wanted to get the point across, I could write something and give it to them, and they could kind of figure it out in English. But the language is a huge barrier there. So, but sometimes they didn't know what I was saying. I couldn't understand that, so we just not laugh and just sit there and it's not like some people just get all frustrated. Oh, I got to find the right word. This is terrible. And it's like, no, just enjoy yourself, relax, realize there's a barrier, and you just kind of communicate with body language and a few dumb vocabulary words, and that's how we got through.
Yeah,
worked out just fine.
I think that that for me would make it kind of interesting because it reminded me of actually a time when I was in France, and sometimes the French can be quite arrogant in
that's what I've heard,
not wanting to speak English, not necessarily arrogant in all, just not wanting to speak English because you're in their country, they want you to respect their country, so
sure.
So what I used to find is if you make an attempt, they'd laugh at you if you bodged it up, but they would actually respect you're trying. And so there was one place I went to and they just would not speak a word of English. I know that they knew what I was asking them in English, so it forced me to speak more French. And I actually, in a way, I'm glad that happened because my French went from being really, really completely useless to actually being relatively useful in terms of being a tourist and, you know, knowing a bit more about how to ask for things and how to buy things and ask for directions and stuff. And that's after years of high school, right? Learning French in high school. That's after years of doing that. Still, when you go there, we're talking about different dialects and different accents. The same in France. They speak different types of French over there, and some of it's really fast. They talk really fast, and I just can't. I had to learn how to ask them to slow it down for me. And that it would piss them off, but at least I asked it in French, and they were okay. Yeah, you're a tourist, you know. Yeah. So
you are slow. I will help you.
yeah. But I just said, look, please slow it down because, you know, I need to understand what you're saying.
I mean, they say the same thing when they come here, and Americans speak too fast, or other English-speaking people speak too fast. So,
yeah, there's one thing I've noticed about. I don't know whether it's an American thing or whether it's just a generation thing. I think it might be a generation thing, where there are people that they just talk for ages really fast, but you feel like you haven't gotten anywhere in the topic. It's just
totally vapid and
a lot of fill-in words, like
yeah.
And you kind of feel like, just, you know, can you just get to the point? Do you ever feel like
I've
that?
known a few guys who you could get on the phone with, and they would just chat and chat and chat, and wait, and then they would chat. Finally, I put the phone down, go do something, come back 5 minutes later, they're still like they didn't know I left.
A bit like my show on Saturday.
No, just chatting. Yeah. Some people are just that way. It's either nervous energy or
they want to fill the void of silence, don't they?
Or they're just they this uncomfortable silence. They don't want that. I'm like, part of the joy of when you're hanging out with people, especially in person, is having little lulls, little silences.
Yep, having time to think, space,
and just hanging out, just listening to, oh, did you hear that bird or whatever? Just something. You're tuning into the environment, not just blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
you know. It's about the whole part of the conversation, the whole environment you're in, and not just about hurrying to get to a point or something. You know,
it's funny because when I was a kid, one of my first jobs is, I've told you guys about this before. I used to work in a hi-fi store, and I had this the guy that owned the hi-fi store. He's actually originally from Austria, and but you wouldn't know because, you know, lived in Australia, and his parents were Austrian. I think that's probably where it is. Or maybe he came over when he was young. I'm not sure, but he had a bit of European business survival about him, if that kind of makes sense, right? So, you know, there were some tips that he gave me in sales, and I will never ever forget this one. Like, so because hi-fi is expensive in some cases, most cases it is, we used to get asked the price a lot. Sometimes stuff would be, you know, on the shelves and it wouldn't have a price tag on it, so people would ask you, how much is this? And he said to me, when you tell people the price, you must shut up straight after you say it and don't say a word.
Yeah.
And he said the first person to speak is the loser. And I went, what? I never understood what that meant when I was like a 16, 17-year-old kid. But he was so right. It was like they had to fill the silence. And basically what he was teaching me was like, be patient, let them fill the silence because it's uncomfortable silence. And then they will fill it, even if there is an awkward silence, they will definitely fill it. And usually that, whatever it is, that next uttered sentence that comes out of that person's mouth will let you know exactly where you sit with the sale. And he was so right. It was really, really powerful stuff. And I used to like take, like after about 6 months of doing this, you'd actually become powerful at it, and you'd have mind games with people. You literally would have mind games with people because you'd be talking to hundreds of people a day, and someone would come in and they'd ask you the price, and you would be like, "It's $300." You don't want to talk, do you, Eddie?
What?
Yeah, but you get it, right? And they have to fill the silence. They have to fill it.
Well, it's similar in advertising and in movies. Like how impactful are scenes when there's a big shootout, and all of a sudden the music drops out, and the sound effects drop out, and maybe the music comes up a little bit more, and you're just getting the action and the music.
Yep.
And it makes it so much more impactful without just all your senses being, violated at the same time, with your eyes and your ears and oh my God, and the vibrations and stuff. You feel it, vibrations of the speakers, and when it just gets quiet and you get your focus and your attention. Or those ads on TV where you just hear noise and stuff like that. All of a sudden it gets really quiet. You go, oh, that was part of the ad. You think it might be a station problem or something, but no, they intentionally took the sound out to make you look at the screen.
The worst, I think,
you're so used to having noise.
Is the radio, right? In your car, you're in the car and you got the radio on, right? Yeah. And the compression that those ads have got, it's you. How often do you feel yourself hitting that volume control?
Oh, all the time.
Because they go back to the talkback guy, or maybe it's music playing, and you've just listened to a whole bunch of ads, and that the music is really quiet, or the talkback guy is really quiet, because the compression in the ads, even though technically
I miss my old stereo. My old Ford Explorer had a little phone button on the stereo to quickly mute everything when you're on the phone. Yeah. And I've never had that since. I'm like, I want that button on my stereo.
Oh, I've got it on mine. It's really, really cool. Yeah. So it's literally on my steering wheel. So I'm driving around and you listen to the radio, and then a whole bunch of ads come in. And after a while, if you listen to the same radio station over and over again, you can actually guess their programming. So with mine, I listen to one here, and they'll talk about a whole bunch of stuff. Then when they go to the traffic report, the next thing's going to be ads. So they go blah 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 blah. Oh, here's Joe for the traffic report. And I literally don't know if I don't need to know about the traffic. I'll just hit mute then, and then I'll know. Give it 7 minutes, and I'll unmute it, and I bet you they come back on. So there's always about 7-minute gap of ads.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
I mostly listen to satellite radio or just my phone, like either podcasts or MP3s. Or
I try and stay away from the commercial stuff too, but sometimes that's where you get the better news or the better information.
For breaking stuff, important stuff, it's a good idea.
There's a station here that I listen to which doesn't have any ads on it at all, and it's all alternative, like music that you probably would never listen to unless you were forced to listen to it type stuff. But it's kind of interesting because what it does is it shows what music is out there versus what music is.
It's almost like a college radio station, but professional.
But a professional. It's called RTR here.
Okay.
You could probably check them out, RTR FM.
Yeah, I have one of those worldwide radio apps. It's pretty cool. I can listen to stuff all over the place. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah.
RTR?
RTRFM, .com.au. Check them out. I definitely have an app so you can listen to them. I mean, look, there's definitely going to be music in there that you will be like, nah, not for me. But, some of the stuff I've been listening to it and I've gone, wow, this is actually really cool. And they usually give you quite a bit of information about who it is that they're playing, and so you have time to quickly Google it, or if you're driving in your car, you will remember it, sort of thing.
That's cool.
Yeah. So I remember once when I think I released my first CD, I drove down to the radio station, office where they were, and I'd already rung them up and said, look, how do you guys want my music? And I thought, do you want me just to give you a download link? And the guy goes, no, if you've got CDs, bring the CDs down. I went, this was really kind of weird because it was kind of old school what they're asking me for. Yeah. But because my first album was only about 5 years old. And so I'm driving down and I said, how many CDs do you want? He goes, we want 5 CDs. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm thinking to myself, why do you want 5 CDs? It's weird. Yeah. But I found out later there's a reason why they have 5. So they put 2 in archives that stay there forever, permanently. Mm. And the reason why they put 2 in archives is just in case one doesn't work. So that's apparently that is apparently that's an archivist thing too, I've been told. And they put 1 in the production area where it gets cycled through, and the other one goes to the programmer. And maybe that ends up in the bin. I'm not sure, but if I don't like
it's a coaster. Got a drink on top of it.
Yeah. So here I am rocking up with 5 CDs, and the place was literally just like an open sort of planned office, and they just had this carpet partition near the door. So when you walk in, they had their sign. You could tell it was just like running on a smell of an oily rag budget type thing.
Sure.
But I loved it. It was kind of cool. I thought, these guys, this is really cool what you're doing. You're kind of just pushing this show out every week and every day, and and people like me are dropping their crappy CDs off to you.
Yeah, I have friends that do local college radio thing. They'll play stuff for me once in a while, but also there's a local professional station, it's very small, in Cupertino where Apple's located.
Yeah,
called KKUP, and I have a Turkish friend who does a show there called Turkish Radio, but he also plays other things too. And so he keeps telling me like, oh, I sent him stuff on Facebook, and he goes, yeah, send me some stuff. I go, can you just download them? No, I need CDs. Can you give me CDs like you said? I'm like, God damn it with the CDs.
Do you think it's? I reckon it's because they've just got their old gear that automates.
It's all old-fashioned stuff.
Yeah,
so that's what they're used to. They don't want to.
They just got the racks of CDs.
Juggling formats and copying stuff over, and so I get it, right? I still like CDs too. I mean, I have a ton of them, but But just as a delivery mechanism for everything would be kind of annoying.
Well, I mean, in a way, it was cool that she asked me for CDs, because I just finished doing them, and I made a massive big deal about how cool CDs still are and all this sort of stuff on my show at the time, and I just it was kind of like a big thing for me at the time. I'm like, oh wow, someone's asked me for my CD, and I'm kind of like,
that's cool.
Little bit of zing in my step, going down and dropping the CDs off. And I mean, for me, I gave it to the girl, and she was busy, so I couldn't really have a chat to her or anything about it, which is kind of disappointing, because one of the things I was going to talk to her about is, do you stop and pull the sleeve out and have a look at the art and things like that? Because for me, that's the thing, right, with the CDs, is the art and the marriage between sitting down there with your headphones on in front of your hi-fi, listening to a CD, reading the sleeve. Mm-hmm. But I never got to have that conversation with her. But we all think that. So I've had that conversation with everyone on the show, and I would imagine that she just doesn't have time. That would be the truth. There'd probably be 10 guys a day doing this, dropping the CDs off. We got 2.5 million people here, so there'd be 10 guys a day doing it easy.
Well, the most times I see CDs these days is you still have those guys on the street hawking their CDs with the headphones and a player, say, hey, come listen to my thing. Would you like to buy my... It's mostly like hip-hop guys and rap guys and stuff, hawking their CDs on the streets and places like Venice Beach and other stuff. I'm like, oh, here they come again with their stuff. I'm like, first of all, I don't want to put your headphones on because I don't know where they've been, especially after COVID and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Right? I'm not a super germaphobe, but I just don't want to put someone else's headphones on.
Yeah,
right?
I never used to like it either.
And at the same time, I know I'm not going to like the music because I generally don't listen to that kind of music. So it's just, I don't want to insult the guy. I just say, no, it's cool. And I just keep walking. But they're so insistent when you go to those places. And those are the most places I see CDs these days, are those guys still selling their burned CDs on the street, trying to get out there. So just put it on a website, It's just... I
like it though. Like the ones that I feel like are the biggest CD sellers still today are those, those shops that have got the incense and the crystals and the dream catchers and those sort of shops, right? And they've got, I mean, I know guys that do this, so I'm definitely not knocking them. They make the ambient sort of put a brick on a keyboard and let it play for 4 hours.
You need to do some shocker aligning music on your next album.
Yeah. Apparently, these CDs still sell really, really well.
Oh yeah. Well, some of them sound pretty good. I've been listening to the new age stuff for a long time.
Yeah, I'm definitely not knocking it because I like it myself. Go back to the Enigma.
I like the Windham Hill. Remember Windham Hill days?
Well, yeah. What are they called?
Windham Hill Records. All those.
Earth Wind. What were they called?
Something. No, this is It was a brand. It was a label called Windham Hill. They did.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Stuff. Yeah. Like George Winston, December. It's like a lot of piano tracks and the relaxing instrumentals and
I should probably
guys like
do
Ray
one.
Lynch. Do you know Ray Lynch? He's like super FM guy. He
Yeah, I
uses
know Radish.
DX7s and stuff
Yeah.
and everything.
Yeah.
Very new agey.
I love DX7s.
Um,
I'm a massive DX7 fan.
he made a great use of them. They sounded really good. You know, obviously, I had to run them through stuff because there's no arpeggiator on DX7. But yeah, that kind of new agey stuff can be interesting.
Zastruga in chat.
They used to have Tangerine
Local
Dream in
Vinnies.
the new age section in the store. It's like, that's not new age.
That's funny how the guy in chat, Zastruga, says local Vinnies had 3 CDs for $1. So Vinnies are like a charity here in my city where they have like the charity bins around the suburbs, and you could put your clothes in there and you're donating clothes and things like that, and they'll recycle the clothes and put them in their Vinnie shops. It's short. Yeah. Vinnie's is short for St. Vincent de Paul. It's a church
okay, we have that here too.
Yeah. So you go in there and they sell CDs and DVDs and things like that. And I mean, every time I go in there, because my wife drags me in there, she's always looking for stuff. I always go to the music section to see if there's any cool CDs to grab, because I will always look for something that I don't have, or there's something that I've always wanted that I've never bought, and if you can get it 3 for $1, it's better than going to, buying them new, isn't it? They still play the same.
We have a chain of these stores like that around here called Goodwill.
Yeah, Goodwill. You guys are big Goodwill people.
Kid. Yeah. And people found like a DX7 at Goodwill.
Yeah.
People found, like proper things at a Goodwill that are pretty good. Yeah.
There's that guy. There was a really famous YouTuber. I'm trying to think what his name is. That used to do the Goodwill, like in the US. He'd go around. I think he was more kind of central mid USA, sort of like Colorado, Arizona, those sort of areas. And he'd go to all the Goodwill stores in all the different cities and big towns and stuff. And he would go in there filming, and it was during COVID too. He was doing it, and I reckon he used to get in trouble for it too, because you're not allowed to, apparently. But his whole thing was about finding stuff and then flipping it, and then seeing how much money he would make. And he used to find some really, really, really big deals. Like,
sure,
I can't remember if there was any sort of synthy stuff off the top of my head. I don't think so. It might have been a guitar once, but usually it's more like old computer stuff, and it
used to be big for old VCRs, things like that.
Yeah, and there'd be people that would still want it because they're into the retro scene and stuff like that. It was kind of more that
hipsters. The hipsters going to the Goodwill.
Yeah, that's it, mate. Yeah. That one time I go into this place called Cash Converters and I get that OP1. The only one time I went in there, and then after that,
I didn't know that before. That's so funny. You got that at a place like that.
After that, there was probably about 12 months where I used to regularly visit them, just in case there was something like that again. But it never happened again. It was literally like,
so you're that Nintendo guy. We're on to you now.
Yeah. It was a blue moon moment, that's for sure. One of those. Whereas you've hit like a gold sort of
Well,
thing with
I mean,
yours.
this, you said, it's a little bit sad, but some of the best stuff came from this guy's, literally his estate.
Yeah.
When he died, he was like a guy like me or Wagyu. He's got too much shit.
Yeah.
And they bought everything he had, but the store is not smart enough to secure it well, so they got a storage locker somewhere and they got robbed.
Oh no.
So half the guys really, I had a list of everything he had. I was like, because I'm such a good customer on there, they gave me check this out, and I'm like, checking all the ones I wanted, and I took pictures with my phone, and I gave him back the thing. I said, the ones that put the checks on, make sure those don't go anywhere quickly. Call me first.
Jeez.
And but a lot of stuff I couldn't afford. I mean, they still have his Prophet 10 there, original Prophet 10.
See,
$12,000.
Oh, okay. That wouldn't be worth buying, but if you got it for like $2,000, it would,
Yeah, I don't even have that, but I mean, it's things like that. They know what it's worth. They're mostly guitar guys and stuff, so that's why some of this other stuff I got, they barely know how to use MIDI or what things really are and stuff.
Yeah.
So they're at the mercy of Reverb and eBay for getting a lot of their prices.
We've got a
But
music
they're also
store
pretty.
down the road here, and yeah, actually, the guy in chat will know them. They're called Concept Music. They're in a suburb called Subiaco, and shout out to them too because they're a good bunch of guys. It's just a little family business, and they for example, they fixed my son's violin. So they do all the sort of general music stuff, not necessarily, but they have the little sort of synth section there. And I know the guy's into it because every time I go on there, hey, I know you're the YouTube guy. But early days when I used to go there, they used to have this secondhand section, right, where you could buy like used guitar pedals and things like that, and that's where you can pick up some really cool deals. And I got these. This is where I got my 1980s vintage Roland phaser and flanger and.
Sure,
yeah. And I was just really lucky. Like I picked them up at $50, and at the time I thought $50 was probably a bit steep for a used guitar pedal because you can buy, a new one for $100, So, but later on I found out, by doing research, that when you turn these over and you look at the label on the back, if it's a black label or if it's got this particular serial number or there's all these kind of innuendos with some of the products. Yeah. Apparently these are the better ones. They've got a different chip in them, blah, 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 all this sort of stuff. And I found out all these cool things. And it's a bit like the OP1 thing. It was once again, probably a bit of right guy at right time, lucky to be there. Because I've gone back there before since that, and it's never happened again. Because I've asked the guy, hey, have you got any more vintage pedals? No. And I'm like, okay, so where are all the vintage pedals? He goes, you've bought them, and we've never had any since. It's kind of like that. And I'm like, damn.
Well, it's like I finally started going there several times to the store. I've met the guy who manages it. He's this kind of metalhead guy with the big frizzy hair and interesting guy. But they're mostly guitar guys, so they excuse me, but they don't know the keyboards that well. So he knows sometimes I know what I'm looking for, but he's still pretty good about the prices and lenient about stuff. But one time they sold me something, and because they were having a little potential issues with it, they had a little as-is sticker on it. I said, "Well, excuse me, I'll give it a shot. Hopefully, I don't have to return it." And so I took it home, and I actually forgot to try it I got busy with some other stuff. I forgot to try it for past the return period. And I went in there the time after, and I said, hey, you know what, I know you guys said this has a return period on it and stuff, but I do buy a lot of stuff here. This thing just doesn't work, and can I just do, I want my money back. I just want to exchange it for something. He goes, yeah, all right, whatever. And he picks up the keyboard, and I heard him go in the back, and he basically launches it in the carport in the back of the place. Oh, he was so mad that because it was he wasn't mad at me. He was just mad at they should have known not to sell something like that. That's sketchy.
Yeah.
And so he threw it I heard it smash on the ground.
Throw it in the dumpster at the back.
Funny.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah, big old boom. Yeah.
Jeez.
So he's cool about stuff like that, but he also didn't know how to do MIDI on some of these things, which is why I got him so cheap. He thought they were broken. And then like one of the things in that dead guy's collection was the Waldorf Microwave XT, which I always wanted. And they're like $1,500 and up. If it's the 30 voice one, it's more like $2,500 or up. And so I'm like, oh man, he's got this thing, and he was having some trouble with the MIDI control on it, and I didn't want to step in and like, oh no, you just do this. I'm like, well, I'll just let him play with it. He's having some trouble with it. He goes, I think something's wrong with this. I go, well, how low can you go if something's wrong, just in case something's wrong with it, in case I have to get it repaired? And he goes, well, name a price. And I just threw a number out. He goes, okay. And I got it for like, I don't know, $700 or something like that. So it pays to have a guy there who knows he wants to make some money from it, but doesn't care that much.
Yeah, and maybe he knows
I bought a lot of stuff
what
there
it costs
cool
him.
About it.
He knows what it costs him as well, right?
Yeah, like I said, they put a fully functional EPS 16 Plus keyboard outside with a Take Me sticker on it.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? You guys could have made money off of that.
Yeah. I just wish people would tell me about stuff like that, because
Oh yeah.
look, I think I told you guys about this. We used to take the dog to this dog park, and the dog park at the moment is being shut down for road work, so we haven't been able to go there for a couple of years. But there was this old Yamaha organ sitting in. Someone just dumped it in that car park where you go and park and drop and walk your dog around. And so someone took a photo of it and texted it to me. I can't even remember who it was. It was someone I kind of don't really know that well, but they texted it me through Facebook, actually, messaged me. And so I go out there and check it out, and it's this old, 1980s Yamaha organ, and the thing was probably one of the bottom of the range crappy things that you see in your grandma's house type thing.
Yeah.
And I looked at it and I thought, I love the fact that this guy messaged me, and I love the fact that I got to go out there and I saw it and it was there, and like I literally could have chucked it in the back of the car if it was something I wanted, but it just wasn't the product that I would get. I mean, imagine if it was an Eminent 330 or, something sort of more, like the GS1 or something kind of crazy,
Sure,
right?
yeah.
So I kind of encourage people to do that. To me, and I've told people on Facebook before, like if you see stuff, if you're going to like cash converters or Vinnies, or if you see stuff and you're not going to buy it yourself, but you think, hey, this is something that Rands wants, just message me, man. Take a photo of it, message me. I've bought stuff from those places because of that, like you, Andy. So, my Korg EX800 is like this really, really bad condition used thing that I got really cheap because it was half the buttons didn't work. It's so pitted, the metal thing has got chips all over it. It's really, really bad. And I cleaned all the buttons, got them all working again, and it makes the sounds. It does the job. The only thing it's just not cosmetically fantastic looking at. And I've got that on Reverb right now. So I will probably make a small amount of money on it when I sell it. It's not something I want to keep myself.
Yeah.
But it is vintage. It's like 80s, mid 80s. So
sure, yeah.
Someone will go,
I was one of
this is
EX8000,
cool.
but they're really rare.
Yeah, they're not as. I mean, DW is actually easier to get, right?
I got two of them that are broken. I got to get them fixed.
Yeah,
pisses me off. Luckily, I have the DSS1 because it's basically a DW8000 with a sampler bolted onto it. So,
did I tell you about the? I told you about the DW6000, didn't I? That I bought off eBay. Oh, so this goes back a long time, right? I'll show you. I've got it actually as a blog article on my website called "Bad eBay Purchase," and so this is what this is 2014, so 10 years ago. Check this out. This is 2014 December, 2013 actually. I bid on a secondhand 1980s Korg synth. It is a DW6000, I think it is. Anyway, so this is the condition that it came to me in.
Oh, I think you did show this before. Yeah. Holy moly.
So they've literally taken this out of the trash, right?
Yeah. Looks like my EX5 when I got it.
That looks like it should go to CSI, that particular photograph.
Yeah, it's got some, it's probably blood there, yeah.
That's blood. Someone's used it in a murder weapon.
Yeah,
that's an interesting way to get rid of a murder weapon. Post it on eBay overseas. That was the box, right? So there was no padding or anything. It was just in this box. And there was like in the bottom of the box. This is in the bottom of the box. There was coins and bits of trash. Yeah.
Did it have a horrible smell too?
It did. And the box was damaged from the the transiting.
There's a burn in that one. There's like a burn hole in the box.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like it's
like
crazy.
A burn hole.
Like a burn hole, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, the actual original eBay photo. That's the original eBay photo there, right?
Oh my god!
So I took a photo
of some other website.
Yeah, I took a photo of the same area, and you can see. Look, there's a big scratch, and she's tried to repair it with the texter. Look, Right, but you go back to the original photo, it doesn't look. There's no scratch or anything on
No,
there.
no. Yeah.
So I've really been like reluctant to buy stuff off eBay used since then. And what's that, 10 years ago now? I have bought a few things since then, so it's not like it's complete, like, you know.
I only got screwed twice on eBay ever, and both times are actually my fault because each time I forgot to do the testing within the 30-day period. And so I had plenty of, the first time was the first thing I ever bought. It was actually a K1000. I wanted to get a Kurzweil, and I was so excited. It was with a case and everything, and it was like, oh, my brother told me about eBay. Oh, I can get synths on here. This is so great. And it was a great deal, and I took it out, and it played a couple notes. Everything sounded great, looked like it was in good shape, and then put it aside for basically, I don't know, 40 days, 50 days, something like that. It got busy. And then I go, oh, I never want to play that thing. And all these like banks of notes that don't fire, right? Like, what the hell is this shit? And I finally, cobbled some searches together and discovered that, well, I don't have any physical damage. It's probably something wrong with those little carbon pads, the rubber pads in there. So then I called Kurzweil tech support, and because they're young Chang, you're not getting the old guard like you used to get. And finally, I don't know how many times I had to phone tree, got to some old dude who had clearly been there since the beginning. Oh yeah, you just need to get these things. I can give you sets of these pads, And I said, oh great. So I was about ready to order them. I said, well, let me take the unit apart, make sure I can really do this without a manual, because it's a lot of parts, right? It's a heavy thing with a heavy key bed, 76 key bed.
Yeah.
So I finally figured out how to get it apart, but I didn't take enough pictures. But I figured, well, it's not that bad. I could probably figure this out. Took it all apart, and then again got distracted.
Yeah.
For other stuff, and then completely had no clue how to ever put it back together again. So never ordered the pads.
You're the same as me, man. My mini my Moog Slim Fatty is still sitting over there in pieces.
No!
I still haven't ordered the potentiometer, even though I know the exact place to get it from. By the time I order it, I reckon it won't be available anymore. I just get distracted, man. I've got other things on.
I do, and that time I was really doing lots of different stuff with a lot of my hobbies. I do less of my hobbies now than I used to, even though I really want to. I just don't. So it was tough back then, but that it's clearly my fault because I waited too long. And the other time I bought a so I was doing the pitch to MIDI thing I told you about before, the little vocalizer box, one of these guys. Do I still have it here? Breakaway vocalizer thing in here.
Oh yeah.
With microphone, all that stuff. Well, I bought a whole bunch of them because they really suited my task. And at the time, there was no JDXI or any kind of cool pitch to MIDI stuff available. I wasn't doing modular or any of that stuff. And so this was my solution. So I bought a whole bunch of them. And one of them I bought, it was just dead on arrival.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, I'll test this when I get a chance. And I just forgot it. So like 35, 40 days later, I go, oh, man, it's not working. And, eBay, it's very hard about that rule. 30 days, you're screwed.
Yep.
It's like $100, so it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah,
so
just let it
for the
go.
most part, I've really never been horribly screwed on eBay, luckily.
Yeah, well, you're lucky. I mean, that was a complete... I mean, that in hindsight, I learnt to buy something on a listing which has more than one photo. That's your dead giveaway there.
And read the description carefully, because sometimes that's a dead giveaway. Just like a spamming site is also bad with the bad English and the weird shit they put in there. That's also a dead giveaway. It's some kind of a scam. But
the thing is with this, right? If I lived in the US, the girl that sold it to me, she could have been in a lot of trouble. And I'm not talking about with the cops or anything like that. I'm talking about for her own safety, because it actually wasn't.
Oh, I know.
It wasn't hard for me to find out who she was and where she lived. It didn't.
Oh, of course, people get doxxed all the time now.
Yeah. And I actually found her on Facebook, and I think she was just stupid with the way she had information about her life, and I actually worked out where she lived, what house she lived in. She lived in a block of units.
People are very careless, not knowing.
Yeah.
They think they're clever, but they're really not.
Yeah. So I mean, if I lived
these days with facial recognition stuff, if you find an actual picture of the person,
But for me, at the end of it wasn't too bad. I got my money back because eBay, they had to refund me. I had a really good case, obviously, and it did not meet the description at all. They refunded me, and the way they refund at the time, I think they've changed it since then. By the way, is eBay used to refund you out of their own kitty, and then they used to chase the end user, but now. Now they actually take it out of they have this thing called escrow, which is not an actual escrow company, but so what happens is if you're not a regular seller on eBay, if you're just a casual seller, when you sell something, the money doesn't actually go to you until the delivery is confirmed, and I think there's a small waiting period after that.
It's a review, right? Don't they wait for the review
or something like that, and then they'll release the money to you. So,
because I used to get that all the time, people pester me for the review. Like, I gave you your thing, give me a review. We're gonna review. I'm like, I haven't finished testing it yet. I'm not gonna review.
Yeah. So in the old days, they used to just refund out of their own kitty, and then they chase the money back up off of the person. I think that they quickly changed that rule because I think they were losing money on some people sort of putting dodgy listings up.
Yeah. They got real sneaky too. Like occasionally I would try to contact people and, just in case the sale didn't go through, try to put my email and phone number in the message, and they filter that out real quickly. Like, no, you have to go through our system.
Yeah.
And I get why they did that, because they're trying to protect you and keep people from doing backdoor deals and stuff. Because I bought a lot of stuff on Craigslist, and luckily, only one time got burned, but only mildly burned on Craigslist, because the guy sold me the D50 with obvious corrosion on the board caused by something falling through the grate and not disclosing that, and acting like, oh, it's just a battery problem. You got to replace the battery. The battery's low. Oh, okay. Replace the battery, factory reset, all the things. Just battery low, battery low, battery low. I said, all right. So I found the local repair guys down here, and they said, yeah, looks like someone had melted ice cream through the grate on the top, and it got in and ate away one of the boards inside. And it's like, oh, so the guy totally lied. He has kids. The kids probably got ice cream on his keyboard. He just wiped it up and didn't think anything of it, and didn't disclose anything like that to me. So luckily it was only about, I don't know, $200 to repair it, but it could have been a much more expensive repair.
Yeah.
Because he only charged, another giveaway is he only charged me like $250 for a D50, which is a damn good deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or 300, whatever it was. And well, it's just a battery thing, because it totally looked legit, because it's a battery thing. But it's funny how those little errors can lead to stuff that's way more than a battery, even though it says battery. So I learned from that stuff for sure.
Yeah. Hey man, we're gonna end. I gotta get.
Yeah, I gotta go eat. I'm starving. But
yeah, me too.
Demo first. So, anyone on here wants to see some Z1 patches, I'm gonna do a couple audio demos.
Do your demo, man.
Down, so.
Yeah. All right, dude.
Yep. Good times.
See you, man. See you, buddy.
Bye.
Bye.